it is also discipline of transparency. That is the lens I'll use for the three studies. The three studies are at different scales. The first asks whether road performance can reveal transit demand on car and bus split. The second asks whether sparse classified traffic counts can reveal the heavy vehicle composition of the whole urban network. Third asks when roads actually create access to services in difficult terrain. The data sources differ, but the inference problem is the same. We do not observe the state we need. We let the structure of the network, behavior, and constraints do the heavy lifting and recover as much of the state as the evidence can support. Each study is one pass through the loop in the previous slide: sense, infer, test, learn at a different scale. Together, they are working core of a mobility digital twin, built piece by piece instead of uh, promised all at once. The first study starts from a deliberately strict question: can we infer transit demand without using transit demand to build the model? The inputs are also deliberately limited. We use just road travel times, road network, and bus timetable. The model proposes a OD matrix. More choice step splits the trips between cars and buses. Congestion affects bus travel time, and that changes the mode choice again. We adjust the hidden demand until the model reproduces the same road travel times we actually observe. The important design choice is that transit ridership is held back. Smart card data are not used to estimate the model. They are used later as an independent check. In the language of the loop, road times are what we sense, demand and mode split are the states we infer, and smart card data are reserved for the testing. The boundary here is also important. This works where buses and cars share the same congested road system. It does not automatically apply to a rail demand model. When we compare the inferred bus demand against the held back smart car data, morning peak is the clearest case. About two-thirds of the checkpoints are within a GH of 10 in the morning peak with no transit ridership used in calibration. For me, the result is not road data replaces transit data. The result is that congestion contains a real signal about competition between cars and buses. That signal is strongest in the morning peak when congestion is sharp and model competition is visible on the road system. The signal is less informative later in the day when the road data carry less information about the mode split. That is exactly the kind of result a planning model should produce, not just an estimate, but the statement about where the estimate is credible. This slide is about the boundary of the result. In the morning, the model performs best because congestion signal is strong. In the afternoon, performance is more limited because the network is less informative. In the evening, a behavioral assumption becomes more visible. A fixed assumption about vehicle availability pushes too many trips into buses in some places. That pattern tells us where the model is informative and where additional evidence is needed. The useful claim is narrower and stronger. When road and transit compete in congested conditions, road performance can be evidence about transit demand. Outside those conditions, we need additional measurements or richer behavior. That's the kind of boundary a digital twin should report, not hide. The second study moves from passenger to freight. A traffic count tells us how many vehicles crosses a point, but many urban decisions depend on the composition of that flow. Heavy vehicles matter differently because they affect pavement, emissions, safety, curbs, use of curb space, and delivery policy very differently. We can classify vehicles accurately at some sensors, but we cannot place those classified sensors everywhere. So the practical question is, can we place a, where classified, can we use the places where classified counts exist to infer vehicle mix and then generalize that relationship to another city or region where classified counts are not available? The same hidden state problem again. The total flow is easier to observe. The composition state is what we need. The method has three steps. First, estimate the total demand across the network. Second, use the assignment structure to recover heavy versus light proportions at origin destination level from sparse classified counts. This is within the network inference step. The assignment already tells us which ODPs use which links. So a few classified counts can be interpreted as evidence about OD level vehicle mix. Third step is generalization step. Learn a relationship that can be applied to another city or region where classified counts are not available. So the estimate combines two kinds of information: transport network structure, we can observe it, and urban economic context that is available much more broadly. The estimate comes from transport model and the transfer model working together. The network is doing the real inference work here. The key result is about what we choose to transfer. We transfer heavy vehicle proportions, not the raw heavy vehicle count. A count from one city is tied to the city's traffic scale. A proportion can move across cities or region more naturally. Then we attach the proportion to a local traffic volume that gives us heavy vehicle count that planners actually need. So this also explains why low volume links are harder. If a quiet link has a few vehicles and one vehicle being allocated differently can make the percentage swing a lot, but the absolute error is small, but the ratio looks noisy. For policy, the absolute flow is often what matters, mainly for payment, load estimation, or emissions, network management, truck restrictions. So the modeling choice is also again deliberate. Transfer the proportions, reattach it to the local demand, judge it against the decision it supports. And thought study moves from regional access to the regional access. It is the same loop again at a regional scale. Terrain, roads, and facilities are what we sense. Reachable opportunities is the state we infer. In mountainous terrain, access is not the shortest path on the roadmap. If you look at the image here, a household may lie in one valley, the road is another valley. To the use the road, people first have to walk over the terrain, then reach the road, travel along the road, and again drop off at the nearest point, and then walk to the nearest POI. This means walking and driving cannot be treated as separate worlds. We model walking on a 30-meter terrain grid where slope changes the cost of the movement. We can then combine that with the road network in one search process. The output is not how much land can be reached. That would be incomplete welfare measure. The output is what opportunities can be reached, like medical facilities, schools, shops, and other services. The distinction is central. A road is valuable because it connects people to opportunity, not because it expands a polygon on the map. Here, if you look, the average effect of road looks notch. At 1 hour, reachable area increases from about 3 square kilometers on foot to about 22 square kilometers when we add roads. That sounds like a major accessibility dividend. But if you look at the median, it tells a completely different story. For a typical community, 1 hour reachable area remains close to walking only case. So the average is being pulled up by a small number of communities that are already well connected or become well connected. That is the statistical detail. It is That's not the statistical detail, it is the planning result. Connectivity is again not smoothly distributed. Some places cross into connected regime, many others remain effectively in the walking regime. If we only report the average, we overestimate what the road network is doing for the typical community. Here, if you look at the distribution, that makes it much clearer. Almost half of the communities are clustered at very low access, and about a fifth are clustered at very high access. There are relatively few in the middle. So access is not a smooth ladder, it is closer to two regimes. The first connection to a usable network can produce a step change for the first part. After that, the additional improvements may matter, but they are not the same kind of transformation. This has practical implication. A national average can blend two very different realities into one number that describes neither group well. For planning, we need to know who is still outside the connected regime, not only whether the system average improves. Now we can return to the opening medical access number. Without roads, as I said, 67.4% of communities cannot reach a medical facility within 10 hours by just walking. If we include roads, then that number falls down to 37%. That is a large improvement, but it also means that about a third would remain cut off even after the road network is connected. That is where the transport service and service planning have to meet. Some places need first road connectivity, other places need services placed where the network already gives people reach. If a transport agency only builds road and a health agency only counts facilities, each may solve its own narrow problem while the access gap will still remain. The model is useful because it evaluates both interventions in the same accessibility space. So, to sum up, across all the three studies, contribution is not one model predicts everything. It is that incomplete evidence can still support decisions when the inference is more disciplined. In the passenger case, road performance helps infer demand and mode split, but mainly where congestion creates an observable signal. In the freight case, sparse classified counts help infer the vehicle mix, but transfer boundary matters. In access case, terrain, roads, and services together reveal who is connected to opportunity, but the result depends on the completeness of facility and network records. So each result has a boundary. That boundary is what makes the result usable. A planner needs to know not only what the model says, but where the model has earned the right to say it. For public decisions, the boundaries should be visible. So I find it helpful to separate four layers: measured, what we observe directly, such as counts, travel time, and inferred, what are the model recovered data, such as demand, vehicle composition, or accessibility, assumed, what we supply to model so that it works, such as speed, capacity, and behavioral parameters, validated, the evidence used to test whether the model is credible. If those layers are merged into one authoritative map, uncertainty disappears visually while remaining operationally real. The trustworthy digital twin should let a decision maker ask which part of the conclusion was measured, which part was inferred, and which part was assumed, and how was it tested. For India, I would not start by trying to build one complete national mobility twin. I would start with decision led pilots. The first is a bus corridor pilot. The decision is way to change frequency, reliability, or priority. The evidence could be road travel times, GTFS schedules, and rotating passenger counts. Before scaling, the pilot should prove that it can reproduce boardings, corridor times, and that the recommendation remains stable when the passenger counts rotate. The second is urban freight pilot. Decision is where heavy vehicle flows are concentrated and what that means for network management, restrictions, or logistics planning. The evidence is space classified sample, the road network, and urban indicators. Before scaling, it needs rotating sensor audits, transfer tests across cities and regions. The third is the regional access pilot. The decision is which intervention closes the largest access gap, a road, a service, or both. The evidence is terrain, roads, settlements, and verified facilities. Before scaling, it needs field checks on travel time, facility audits, and explicit equity threshold. The order matters. Start with the decision that matters, ask what hidden state the decision requires, then collect the minimum evidence needed to test that state honestly. Validated local twins can become a national infrastructure, but validation should come first. Let me close with three conclusions. First, the central objective of mobility digital twin is the hidden system state, not just the visualization. Second, incomplete observations can still support useful planning when network structure and behavioral constraints make the inference testable. Third, connectivity, composition, and opportunity have to be modeled together. If they are separated too early, the distributional effects that matter most can disappear from the analysis. And again, the goal is not maximum confidence. The goal is the strongest conclusion we can defend with the boundary of that conclusion visible. So that is the practical meaning for me of observing carefully, inferring transparently, and deciding with humility. I'll stop here. A mobility twin does not give perfect signal of the transport system. At its best, it gives a disciplined way to reason from partial evidence to a decision and an honest account of what remains uncertain. Thank you. And I look forward for the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Surendra Reddy. I will now throw it over to the audience here as well as the virtual audience for questions. Any questions from here?
Any questions?
Hi, Dr. Reddy. Thanks for this great presentation. My name is Manish. So my question is, what are the sources of data that are currently used for these models? And in a country like India, what can we actually use that? Are those sources of data available? And if not, then what are the alternate sources that urban planners can use?
Okay. So all the data sources which we used are available globally. So that is one of the restriction we kept for ourselves. We want the models to be transferable across the world. So all the data are available, mostly open. If not open, they could be provided through some API access, and but they are available globally. Mainly we used population data available from WorldPop, uh, relative deprivation index from NASA, which is again available worldwide, terrain data from Copernicus, POI data from various sources, road network data from OpenStreetMaps. Yeah, these are some of the data sets which we used, but all the data sets which used for all these three studies are available globally.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess Papua New Guinea is not very different, maybe from India, right? In terms of lack of data, and if it works there, I think it should be able to work here. Hillel, you had a question?
Maybe a follow-up question. What about the quality of the data? So let's say OpenStreetMap, is the quality of the data the same all over the world?
No, not necessarily, but that is, as I said, like we wanted the model to be easily transferable. So we could use much better data in few countries, but that's not what we want to do. Since the transferability is the main goal, so we are sticking to OpenStreetMaps. We know like in few places it has really good data, in few places it is missing, and yeah, we have to work with what we have.
So you have also used Google data, right? You mentioned.
We mainly get travel time from Google sometimes, and we also use for cities, for areas like Papua New Guinea, we mainly depend on Google. For more advanced countries, we generally use Mapbox.
Any online questions? People online can type in their question. We will read it out here. So, there is a saying in Tamil that goes, "Sandron and a Thai," right? So, the mother feels proud of the child who is, achieving great things. Of course, Surendra was my former PhD student, so I feel pride in admitting he's my
We feel
PhD
doubly
student.
proud of both of you.
And,
And I was just saying,
Surendra also, right, has a very unique distinction. He worked with my advisor, that is Satish, and is currently working with Satish's advisor, Travis. So, he's gone up 3 generations.
yeah.
If he can work with Thanasis, who's Travis's advisor, he would actually work with 4 generations.
And actually, I do work with Thanasis
There
a
you
few
go.
times.
Wow. So it's like Guru, Paramaguru, Parameshti Guru,
Yeah.
as they say in Sanskrit.
Yes.
This is fabulous. We are very honored to have you inaugurate the 3rd and final day, and we hope to have you in person sometime soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
Do we have any questions from the virtual audience yet? Okay, all right. So that indicates we wind up the first session. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. We will move on to the second part of today's invited talks. Moving seamlessly forward in our exploration of mobility dynamics, our next speaker is a true titan in the field of transportation systems analysis and traffic network algorithms. If you've ever used an advanced traffic simulation or studied network routing, you have likely encountered his foundational work. He is the mastermind behind the world-renowned origin-based algorithm for traffic assignment, and he curates the global benchmark testing datasets used by transportation scientists across the planet. As a pioneer of mobile tracking data, long before Google Maps was the norm on every smartphone, Professor Barguera was one of the early pioneers researching how cellular data could be harnessed to measure traffic speeds and travel times on a massive scale, publishing crucial field studies on the topic as early as 2007. Put your hands together for Professor Hillel.
So, thank you, Soumya, for this charming and inspiring introduction. Thank you to the MInT team for organizing this wonderful event, and I'm very happy to be part of this event. And thank you all for joining us in person or online. So, without further ado, I'll start my presentation. My topic is going to be micromobility digital twins. So we heard a lot about the challenges of general traffic or macromobility, digital twins for macromobility. I prefer this one. So maybe when vehicles are smaller, the problems are slightly smaller. So that's the main questions I'm going to ask. And to answer this question, I will rely on a recently published work we have done on shared e-scooters and the parking challenges we see with those shared e-scooters. I will mention the specific study with just a few details just to give you an idea of what we have done there. I will not go over it very thoroughly, mainly to serve the purpose of addressing the main question. Can we use digital twins for micromobility, or how far are we on that front? Now, the agenda is fairly standard, except for the first item, where I will ask for your help because I would like to understand better the concept of digital twins and how the audience here and the virtual audience perceives this concept and this terminology. And the reason I would like to ask for your help is because I'm a little bit confused with this concept and terminology. To explain my confusion, twins, the inspiration for the term twins, as far as I know, is from the biological domain where we have identical biological twins, let's say Dia and Gia. And suppose that Dia is very cooperative and she is willing to give you a strand of her hair so you can get her gene sequence. She is willing to describe her sleeping patterns. She is willing to go through some fever diagnostics. She can explain her chess strategy so you can predict all her chess moves. And she can also share with us, all of her decisions, let's say job choice. And now, with all this wonderful information, we want to do the same things, all level of integrations of digital twin technology, and infer something about Gia, her identical biological twin. How well do you think we will do? So I don't know what you think, but in my opinion, we will have excellent results in terms of the gene itself, up to the atomic level. I think that on the other fronts, we may not do so well. So in that sense, the term twins is could be a little bit confusing. So our survey is going to be a finger survey. So if you're online, you can type in your answer 1, 2, 3, whatever. If you're present in the room, I'll ask you to raise one finger if you believe that they support the first answer, two fingers if you support the second answer, and so on. And there will be 3 questions. It's going to be very short. And the first question is, what do you think is the ultimate digital twin? How far should we go? So we can go, if we talked about that the gene sequence is identical at the atomic level, we can aspire to reach the quantum limit, let's say. Every atom, every nanosecond at a nanometer resolution. So this could be our ultimate digital twin. Or Akila from Kumta talked yesterday about the need to support decisions. So maybe the limit should be if we can support all data-driven decisions we may be interested in, that's enough. So if you believe, if you prefer option 1, please raise 1 finger. If you think we're for 2, raise 2 fingers. If you think the question is silly or the answer is not there, just raise a fist. So you can protest by raising your fist. So I see a few ones, but majority of 2 here in the audience. What about the online? Can anyone read whatever they are typing? What did we get over there? If they are typing anything? Can anyone look at the result, the online typing? Mainly 2. Okay. So we are on agreement on that. The goal, so in that respect, I may slightly disagree with my previous speaker, with the previous speaker who talked about the goal of hidden, understanding the hidden patterns. I think hidden patterns is still a mean to an end of getting decisions correctly. Second question is about how data should be collected. Ideally, okay, in an ideal digital twin, we can have ongoing processes, if you like, digital footprint that is collected as we go without paying too much attention to it. And on the other extreme, we can do mainly dedicated field observations, some dedicated effort to collect data. And you can say anywhere in between. So 1, if you believe it should be only digital footprint. 5, if you believe it should be only dedicated field observations. And if you're somewhere in the middle, you can choose 2, 3, or 4, depending on your preference. What's your vote? I see some 2, some 3s here in the audience, somewhere in the middle between 2 and 3, I think, right? Did I read it right? Okay, what about the online audience? What do we get there? Mainly 2. Okay, mainly 2. I must confess that in my opinion, we should strive, in an ideal system, we should strive for 1. That's my personal opinion. So I'm glad to learn that there is some, that I have to tune my presentation for the 2, 3 audience we have here. Okay. And the last question is, which type of model is mandatory? If you don't have this model in your digital twin, it's not really a digital twin. So you can choose artificial intelligence, business intelligence, operations research. If you have some other specific model, a modeling framework in mind, so you can raise 4. And if models are not necessary, no specific model is necessary, you can choose 5. If a digital twin is a legitimate digital twin without any of these technologies, in your opinion, then the 5 is your answer. What is your vote on questions? Last question. Okay, so the audience here is largely at 1, I think, in the crowd. I see a few 3s or 5s. So I see a few others. What about the online crowd? Mainly 1. Okay, so if decisions are being made but the AI is not involved, then according to this audience, we don't really have a digital twin. That's a fair statement. I'm glad to learn that this is how you see it. I'll address this later on. Okay, so just a very quick background on micromobility. There are many vehicle types. The main 3 are cycles, e-cycles, and e-scooters. We are going to focus on e-scooters. Ownership can be private or shared. I'm going to talk about shared e-scooters. And parking can be done, can be dockless, corals, hybrid. We will focus on the coral options. There are many studies showing that e-scooters and shared e-scooters can provide benefits in terms of accessibility, sustainability, and other benefits. There are also some concerns, mainly about safety and about parking. So we're going to focus on the parking concerns of shared e-scooters. Our case study is from Tel Aviv. And if you're curious, just in case you're curious, my home in Tel Aviv is somewhere around here. So very nice location. So you can see it's a flat city, close to the Mediterranean Sea, lots of leisure activities, mild temperatures, maybe even hot temperatures. So people don't like to sweat so much. I guess people here can relate to that, right? So e-scooters are very attractive in this city, and shared e-scooters in particular. Our data sources are come from 3 main streams. The most important one is a system called Populous, which uses MDS format, was mentioned yesterday, for mobility sharing, for sharing mobility data. We will soon see how it looked like. There is a standard. All shared e-scooters providers are required by the city to give the data in this format. The city is not doing such a great job in monitoring how they do. So some of them are doing a better job than others in terms of meeting the standard. So the data is not perfect, but it is has very high quality. There is a GIS from the city. We have travel times for Google Maps. So those are the other components. How does the road data look like? So here is a typical trip. Every 10 seconds or so, we get the GPS coordinates, and you can track, you get the actual trajectory of every vehicle in every trip. That's quite amazing. I don't think any other mode has any similar quality of data. Maybe one domain where the quality of data is superior to that is in the ports. We heard Lavanya talking on the first day about a case study in ports and container ports. Every container, the location of every container is monitored very well, but in any other domain, such data is rarely available. So this is a great opportunity. In terms of parking policies, the parking policy in Tel Aviv is that there is in the main part of the city, there is a coral mandatory zone where parking is allowed only at corals. We'll soon see a picture of what the coral means. And the operators enforce that with GPS. If the operators are not doing a good job, the city can impose warnings, fines, and even confiscations of vehicles. How do these corals look like? So you can see here in the pictures, in the satellite pic image, 2 corals. It's basically a paint on the ground, and users are supposed to park their vehicles inside those rectangular shapes. Sometimes there are several corals close to each other, so we cluster them, and within the area where corals are mandatory, they are fairly dense, approximately 100 meters apart. So if you want to get a scooter, you can go to the nearest coral. It will be fairly close by, and you can usually find an e-scooter over there and take it to your destination. You'll have to park again at the coral nearest to your destination. So corals are a great idea. They improve. Before corals, there was a complete mess. E-scooters were parked all over the place, causing a lot of problems to pedestrians and to other, especially people with mobility challenges. Corals improved the situation a lot, and in most of the areas, they pretty much solved the problems, but the main problems, but not all the problems. So we wanted to know, is there anything, are they, to evaluate their performance. And as I said, we get great data from the digital footprint from the MDS system, from Populous, but we found out that we do need to do some field observations. So in our field observations, we saw that in some cases, vehicles are parked very neatly in those corrals. This is typically when the operator, the agent of the operator comes by and unload the vehicles or organize the vehicles in such a nice form. Of course, it does not stay that way for too long. After some time, you can see corals a little bit outside the coral, like this one, but no big deal, right? But as we move along, then the situation becomes a little bit more complicated. So now the coral may seem, you cannot park any more e-scooters in this coral, even though the number of e-scooters is much lower than what it was when they were neatly organized. So the packing factor, if you like, is much lower. So the utilization of parking is not uniform, the quality of utilization. And when that happens, people start overflow, spillover is more likely, and but users still have to park because of the GPS enforcement. They have to park near the coral, so they will park near the coral, and then they forget about the cause, the motivation to use corals, and they just obey the rules. So they do some silly things like this, and they park on the crosswalk and block the crosswalk. So we have here low resilience. Some corals are resilient. If you park outside the coral, it's no big deal. Some corals are less resilient. If you park outside the coral, it could be a major hazard to pedestrians trying to cross the crosswalk. So our conceptual framework consisted of physical association and digital association, the connection between them. We talked about packing factor, spillover, resilience, the concepts I just mentioned. Here is a kind of a schematic illustration of this concept from our paper. On the topic, you can see the high packing factor, low packing factor, minor spillover, major spillover. So all of these things can be discussed, and we can quantify them. And our results covered usage patterns within the city, stock profile. So we can, using the digital footprint, we can determine the total number of vehicles parked in each coral and how it changes over time, how the information from different operators vary, and what are the policy, what are the decisions. We all agree that decisions are the key. So how do we get to decisions? So in terms of overall utilization, we see that some corals are very, very active. Most of them are much less active in terms of flow, daily flow. So we can see very large variability in the utilization of these corals. And we can also see the patterns, a daily pattern or weekly pattern of utilization with some distinct features, morning peak, afternoon peak, like any other mode, any other utilitarian mobility mode. Some specific unique peaks at leisure times, let's say Friday, Saturday night, where people hang out. So we see another peak, some special events, demonstrations, and that sort of things. So we see all those temporal patterns. And we can also look at the stock pattern. So here's one coral where the peak is repeatedly every morning of a working day. This is a coral located close to businesses and a major hub of a major area of high-rise office buildings. And then quite a different stock pattern along the beach. So that's a different coral, where the peaks are mainly the weekend, where everybody goes to the beach. So, but these peaks are quite, their timing is fairly predictable. It's fairly repetitive. So using this predictability of peak stock conditions where spillover is likely, we can tell the city, here is your problem. We can identify the problem, and we can tell the city, your idea of corals works very well most of the time in most of the places, but sometimes in some places it does not work so well, and you may want to pay attention to that and do something about it. And in fact, we found out that nearby those overcrowded corals, there are other corals which are much less crowded. So redirecting vehicles, users, or operators to take e-scooters from those overcrowded corals to nearby corals can pretty much solve the entire problem. It has to be done. They have the mechanisms, the incentive, or the mechanism how to do that needs to be addressed. But in terms of what we learn from the data, we can identify the problem, we can identify what needs to be done in principle. The main challenge is implementing it, how to convince the cities that they should consider this as an important mode that needs attention, and to make the regulations or find the solutions that will work in practice, work with as partners with the operators to implement this solution. So that kind of negotiation is the main challenge for implementing this solution. The data challenge, the data analysis challenge is there, but it's not so great. So as concluding points, in my opinion, and now I can reveal that my opinion is slightly different than the audience here, the fact that we did not use AI, and I'm not sure that AI is going to help us negotiate with the city and the operators and reach an agreement how to implement our redirection option, maybe, but I'm not so sure how. So I think we achieved the main goals of, we demonstrated that the main goals of digital twins can be achieved because we have very powerful digital footprint, and we can use it sensibly to do the diagnostic stage, the predictive stage, and the prescriptive stage. So we can identify the spillover, we can check its temporal patterns, and we can recommend how redirection should work. So that's my point of view, but if you think that this is not enough because we didn't use AI, that's fair enough. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, so as I said, the existing GPS data is very useful. It shows that corals are working well, and it can provide additional insights and how to improve management practices of parking corals. In terms of data, the weak part of the data for other purposes of analyzing e-scooters is the infrastructure. So we do know where the corals are 95% of the time. We have a reasonable idea about riding path, but e-scooters travel on many other places where riding paths are not available. And since there is a lot of construction in the city, and construction is very affecting e-scooters substantially and route choice substantially, and we don't have enough information about construction and about other things that affect route choice of e-scooters, studying route choice of e-scooters with our data is going to be very difficult. So on the first day, they asked me, what is your main message to the audience here? And I said that we need regulation on digital footprint of public investment. Roads, corals, riding lanes, riding path, speed limit signs, other traffic signs, all of that is constructed by instruction from governmental agencies. It's a governmental agencies that put the money for all this infrastructure to be in place. The receipts of those payments are well managed, and they can be tracked back, at least in Israel, 20 years back easily. What has been done, what was done with the money that we paid for is much less documented. Even in a project I was involved in, in the Road Safety Authority, where we installed speed breakers, it was funded by the Road Safety Authority, who, as consultant to this project, I asked specifically, please document carefully the speed breakers, where you put them, when you put them. All of that information is critical for research on the safety impacts of the speed breakers. The quality of the data that we got there for our own project was modest, and otherwise it's even less, the quality is even lower. So digital footprint of public investment in infrastructure is critical, and I think we need regulation to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hillel. Questions from the audience? Mic is coming over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Fascinating presentation. Again, my questions are very basic. One is the data that was available to do this. So one is on that. What data was available and how did it become available for you to do these research? So that was the first question. You first slide, I think you pretty much talked about what data was already available. So populace and all, is this commercially available, or is it made available through a public mechanism? So that was first question. If you can answer, then I'll ask.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? No?
Okay.
Maybe I'll speak
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go back here. Okay, thank you for this question. So, shared e-scooters operators are allowed to operate in the city of Tel Aviv by permission from the city. So there is a call for tender, and every operator who wants to operate shared e-scooters must apply through this tender. And in different years, there were different number of operators permitted to operate in the city, sometimes 3, sometimes 5. And the tender specifies a lot of conditions for the operator to be allowed to work in the city. And one of the conditions is that they are required to transfer to the city through this Populous framework that was developed, I believe, in California. It's a kind of a cloud service. The operator must provide to the city with 2 streams of data. The location and status of all vehicles in real time, so it's updated, I think, every couple of minutes, and then a monthly report with all the with kind of CSV files, huge CSV files, with all the trajectories of all the vehicles and everything that happened, and several other components that are kind of trip report and status report and all of that. The Populous system has a BI integrated into it, so there are a bunch of dashboards that can be looked at from the Populous system. So anyone with a password can do that. And from the system, you can also download the raw data. In our collaboration with the city of Tel Aviv, so I had there was an acknowledgement, I believe, somewhere here. I hope the data was provided by courtesy of the city of Tel Aviv. They gave me a password to this Populous, to be a user login password to the system. So I could look at the dashboards, I could download the data, and I could share it with, we had an agreement, I can share it with my students, and they did, Sharon mainly, did most of the number crunching to get the results that you have seen.
Fascinating. Thank you. That's I hope as even governments in India procure, they also put in these mechanisms where the data needs to be shared back, even from the private providers, so that we can continuously evolve public policy. So thank you for that. So one follow-up question was in terms of the how transferable are, so of course one is data, second is expertise. You were there, your team was there, and hence you were able to use the data to do this modeling. I think the reason why people are excited about AI models is hopefully they are transferable, and I think that's intuitively everybody thinks that if you can make it work in one place, you can make the same thing work in another place. And in low capacity countries here, where that even if the data exists, the expertise to be able to analyze the data and actually convert them into data-driven decisions may not exist. We have 5,000 cities in the country. So how do you, is there any thoughts on that?
I agree that we should aspire for transferable knowledge, but this is not always the case, and that's okay. So, for example, e-scooters are very sensitive to smooth surfaces. And at least in Chennai, I'm here almost a year now, I have not seen too many smooth road surfaces that can allow e-scooters to operate safely, because the wheels are small, so they are very sensitive to any bump and anything in the road. But still, there is a shared cycle service here in Chennai. So some of the ideas and some of the analysis methods that we have used can be implemented in Chennai. The expertise, there are several people in the audience who have excellent expertise that can take these ideas and implement them in Chennai. And the challenge is in the taking the idea, let's say redirection of spillover, and implement it. Now, the implementation depends a lot on the context. What are the agencies, the relevant agencies? How do they interact? What is the power dynamics between the operator and the agency? And that's very different. So if you try to use the same, you understand how the city of Tel Aviv is working with the operators in Tel Aviv, and now you're looking at the city of Chennai and how it works with the operators in Chennai. Even if it's the same operator, if it's, let's say, Lime will come here to Chennai and will operate a shared service in Chennai, I'm not sure that the interplay will be similar and that the implementation of the redirection idea will be the same, and that the AI will be able to infer from what worked in Tel Aviv to what will work in Chennai. So I have some doubts whether in this type of problems we can really achieve transferability. Before you achieve transferability, you need uniformity. So if you work on container terminals look pretty much the same in most countries, so transferability is more likely. Micromobility services, you look at the paper on micromobility, there are hundreds of them, and they describe very different systems with very different local context that is making the entire process transferable much more difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hillel Bargera. Very nice to hear your observations. My name is Venkatesh Prasad, and I grew up in technology. My question comes mostly from the standpoint of combination of policy and business and behavioral economics. So the policy piece really has to do with what might be, and I don't necessarily expect an answer, but I'm just sort of interested in your thoughts. The challenge is trying to get public infrastructure data to be available in a reasonably useful time frame, and for that data to be clean, by which I mean dependable, reliable, verifiable, et cetera, et cetera. So the behavioral piece, and so that's sort of given that challenge, and I think this challenge is pretty ubiquitous no matter where you are and what form of government you might have, whether it's sort of a democratic government in one sense or the other, or government that has other kinds of rules and regulations. So I think the question really has to do with the creation of commons. You know, what kind of data repository, in your opinion, is really helpful in terms of having open access, easy access, verifiable access? Because that then gets to the second part of my question. Maybe these are related, and this has to do with being able to crowdsource and being able to get somewhat relatively real-time information, like we get from maps at a macro level. But you certainly don't get maps when a train crosses a road and you're stuck in traffic, or a tree falls and you're stuck, or you have this micromobility corral where a sidewalk is a crossway or a pedestrian crossing is blocked. So just some thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the question, and it goes back to a discussion we had yesterday on sovereignty. And they, when they talked about sovereignty, I asked the question of whether the speakers, the panel, believes that part of the sovereignty is owning the data that infrastructure agencies, road agencies, for example, will feel obligated. Governmental road agencies, are they required to maintain data about the roads that they manage? And it took several iterations just to explain the question, because at least to some of the speakers, it's was not even clear that it's part of their responsibility. And then there was an answer on Gadi Shakti, which I understood from the response from Ramki that it's not exactly what we're looking for, right? At least at the moment. It's still pretty far away from the way I think some people in the room, at least in my opinion, the data should be take the ownership, the responsibilities. Government should recognize its responsibility in principle before we go to practice. At least in principle, government should recognize that it's their responsibility not only to maintain the road, but also to maintain the data about the roads, okay, that they manage. So that's step one. Step two is, I think that even if can be so now you have the current inventory and new projects. So you want to take inventory of what you have. That's a huge project. You want to start documenting what the additions, what you are doing. Maybe start documenting what you are doing is easier, because you already have a project in place. You already have a contractor who has estimate drawings and all of that. And if you, part of the procurement will include a clause saying, here is what we expect you to provide as the digital footprint of your work, and here is a repository where you should send your project. And all we are saying that in every procurement, this line should exist. That will already start to create a stream of data that can then be improved. Once the stream of, so in the first place, every procurement will have different specifications. It will not be uniform. In Assam, they will do one thing. In Gujarat, they will do another thing. But with time, we will learn from each other and we'll make these specifications more uniform, so the data will become more useful. And then once the standard is stabilized, you can say, okay, now I want to do a survey of the inventory according to the specifications that we already have for freeways and local streets and highways and intersections and signals and traffic signs and speed limit signs and so on and so on. And then there will be a set of specifications for different road elements and how they should be documented. And maybe the specification, hopefully the specifications will be uniform, but even if they're not perfectly uniform, even if every state will be allowed, or every city, even 5,000 cities, each of them will have a slight variant because of their own reasons of how the specifications work. It's not that bad. It's still a lot better than where we are today. So getting the momentum and getting things started, I think, is more important than waiting until we have a clear agenda and a clear rules that will work out throughout a country with 1.5 billion people. Even in a smaller country like Israel, I worked for 3 years just to get a specification for speed limit signs. As in the Road Safety Authority, that was my main project. It took me 3 years convincing a lot of people, getting collaboration from a lot of people. And after 3 years, there was a document with specifications of how speed limit signs should be documented. I'm waiting for the first speed limit sign to be documented and published in the GIS service of the government using the specifications, but at least we have that. So that's my point of view, but maybe I don't know India enough to tell you what should be done here.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Actually, quick question from me as well. So if a sudden disruption hits the city, how does a digital twin, let's say, how does it quickly pivot the micromobility network if you had a sudden disruption in the main transit system?
Okay. So actually on public transit, Israel is doing reasonably well. GTFS is all public, the transport sector in Israel is very central. It's a small country. It's the size we have 10 million people like Chennai, so it's not like centralizing India, okay? And the governmental agency for public transit has pretty good data, including GTFS of all the services. And initially they said GTFS should describe the registered routes, so what the routes should be. And then someone came up with the idea, GTFS does not need to document registered routes, it can document planned routes. What is going to happen? So when they make a decision, because of we have a lot of demonstrations, so because of that, maybe in other places it's more because of floods, monsoons or fires or whatever other reason, there is a need to change the service. So GTFS can allow you to fairly quickly communicate the revised service to the public. So, and I think, well, it's not perfect. It's far from perfect, but it's pretty good. Okay, so when you use your phone in Israel and you want to know where are the buses and when is my bus going to come and what is the current service, 95% of the time, even during disruptions, you get the correct information.
And so the use case is different in India. Yeah, but
still can be done. In principle, it's not easy, and you need to, develop the entire supply chain or data flow chain that will monitor the floods and say, okay, now the flood is there, who is going to decide? And maybe some of the decision is made automatically and some of the decision involves humans in the loop. And then how do you share this information of the new decision with the operators and with the users, with the travelers? So all of that has to be managed. It's not easy, but that's certainly in ideal digital twin that should be part of the public transport information system as well, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for what was easily one of the most engaging presentations of this 3-day summit, and how I really liked how you were able to bring in the perspectives of both Israel and India so seamlessly, talking about Dia and Gia there on and also the Tel Aviv on a parallel note. We move to the next part of the day's event today. Anything else, or do we have any questions from the virtual audience? Okay. We now move to something we've talked about theory, frameworks, and optimization and other topics. We now move to something which is very practical, and I call upon Rokum from IIT Madras, MInT, to share a live presentation of what is. I'm really looking forward to this one because this challenges and brings a new concept in play. A rating system for truck drivers. I would think this almost sounds like Bollywood to me. Now you're dealing with some real life problems here, and I'm curious to see how this will take off. And if it does, it's a game changer.
It's a PPT. It's a PPT. Video, sorry. Yeah. It's not working. Tools. I'm trying to find it. Controller is not working. It's okay. I'll present like this. All of them are same files.
Just 1 second, sir. అది ఆఫ్ స్క్రీన్ ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ నో స్క్రీన్
I'll take care of it. Okay, so before I start, let me establish a small boundary here. The first two talks were expert talks. Mine is not. I'm just here to showcase a project which we have undertaken in MInT Collaboratives in collaboration with Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited. So the project is about having a digital twin for the driving behavior for truck drivers. Now, before I explain the project, let me set the context. So we have around 16.5 million trucks in India, of which, if we break it down by the ownership, then 75% of them are from small fleet operators who are having around, less than 5 trucks. Around 15% medium fleet, and remaining 10% are for large fleet. 40% of the times these trucks are sitting idle. They are not getting, delivering any goods or picking up anything. And almost annually 0.9 million drivers are, looking for jobs. So there is a disparity, like a gap between the fleet operators and the drivers. Now, I think these challenges are known to most of us. The trucks in India are, in very poor condition. There is no comfort, there is no safety. Also, the places where they have to stop, they don't get the proper basic amenities like washrooms or a place to have nice food with. And also the thing is, in this industry, people are paid in per kilometer wise. So what happens is that that kind of make pressurize the drivers to overwork. According to the Motor Vehicle Act, the drivers are supposed to work only for 8 hours, but they end up working 16 to 20 hours, resulting in poor sleep quality. And whatever monitoring condition is existing is used for pressuring the driver. It's more like penalizing them. Now, so of all the total road networks in India, national highways represent only 5%, but it's contributing to 60% of the accidents. Trucks alone, it was reported in 2022 that trucks alone cost around 38,000 fatal accidents. And the interesting, the disparity or the anomaly here is these trucks represent only approximately 4% of the total vehicles which are registered in the country. Now, thing is, if you consider road networks as the blood vessels of our body, these truck drivers are the red blood cells which are delivering the essential goods which we take it for granted every day. The clothes we are wearing, even the projector we are looking at, were transported in some of the trucks by these drivers at some point of time. And the question came, why not do something for them? Now, we are not superheroes, we are not team Avengers. We are a bunch of scholars. So, why not come up with a solution to help them out at our capacity, do something which we are good at? Then the proposed solution was, why not have a commercial driver rating system for the truck drivers? The score system is supposed to be delivering few goodies for multi-stakeholders, such as insurance companies, for the truck drivers, for the fleet operators, even for the law enforcement agencies. The idea is this should be kind of enabling the drivers to get a better work and get paid for that. So it's supposed to be kind of giving a good score or recognizing the good driving behaviors, drivers who are following eco driving performance, and to have a transparency and fairness in the system. And also this is going to be helpful, like if a driver is looking for a job, if he's having that score, it becomes very easy for the fleet operators to recognize, okay, this is something reliable, something we can trust on. Same way for the insurance or the premium agencies, they can kind of have a different model for the different drivers depending on how good their score is. So the project is expected to be carried out in 5 phases. Phase 1 was doing a literature review on existing studies, reports, and some pilot surveys, so that we can benchmark our studies. We want to make it as good as them, or if possible, better than them. Phase 2 is to procure sensors. We are at phase 2 at the moment. Procure sensors and then install them in the trucks, so that we can start with the data collection. Phase 3 is to do the usual data analysis, which we usually do. And the fourth one is, so this project is going to be a kind of multi-sensor fusion. We will be collecting data from multiple sensors. We will be coming up with the scoring system after doing the data analysis. But then we want to dump it down. We want to have minimal number of sensors in place once the product is deployed. Once that's done, we will be working on developing the DPI, digital public infrastructure. And once that's ready, we will be moving ahead with stakeholder engagement, the people who will be benefiting from it, and people who can enable it, and people who can contribute some value to it. We'll be having workshops and other dialogues with them, so that the plan is to make it nationwide, to push it out so it becomes accessible for everyone, because I believe this is something which can create an impact. So as I said, we did some literature reviews. We reviewed some academic papers, some studies, and also some reports which were published. We reviewed around 50 plus, and we noticed, some of the prominent sensors used are like canvas, GPS, accelerometer, basically IMU, smartphone, data from smartphone, because in today's world, smartphone itself comes with plethora of sensors built in them. Some of them use driving monitoring system. So some of the devices which we identified after reviewing all this are mentioned here. So the plan is we will be having 4-channel MNVR. Basically, what we will do is, if you look at the picture on the top, it will give us 360-degree view around the vehicle. Why so? I'll explain this later. I have a slide on that. And then we will be, kind of pairing them with some telematics devices, which will be having accelerometer and gyroscope built in, so that we'll be able to get the aggressiveness of the driving, or how smooth the driving is. And of course, the GPS devices, which will not only tell us where the truck was, but also will give us the driving profile, like how fast the truck was moving at a given point of time, and so on. Now, the project is in a baby stage. Like I said, we are just in a phase 2. So at this point of time, more than having a solution, we are having some questions. First one is, how much data is required for getting this? Because there is no room for error here, be it type 1 or type 2. We cannot be punishing the driver at the same time, type 1 wrongly punishing or, wrongly kind of giving good score to someone. We don't have room for that. Second one is, if you remember the slide where I mentioned the accidents and the anomaly where proportion is very less, but the impact is more. So then the question comes, what's causing this? What are the factors? Who is responsible? Is it the driver, or is it anything beyond the driver? Anything beyond the driver, it could be traffic, it could be an environmental condition, or let me quote my professor here one day while we were discussing. He said, harsh braking is usually seen as aggressive driving, or it's an act by a bad driver. But let's say there was a kid crossing the road carelessly and the truck driver had to brake hard. That's a good driver behavior. That's a maneuver which was done to save a life. So how do we bring this all into the single framework? And again, these two, when we club it together, then the question how do we club these two things or these dimensions together to make it, I stated it before also, it should be enabling for the drivers, not penalizing them, because that's the whole point of having this, is to bring up something good for all the agencies. So at this point of time, like I said, the project is in a baby stage. I'll be happy to take some questions. But more than that, I'll be more happier to get suggestions, feedbacks, and comments, and collaborations if possible.
Thanks. So what is the stage where it is currently?
Sir, we are procuring the sensors for doing pilots. The reason for doing pilot is we are getting it from different vendors, from different brands, so that we can identify which one works for us. And since it's different sensors, we are pairing different sensors. We want to see, do some combinations and see which one gives us the data, which, the fidelity and the quality of the data which we want.
So one of the aspects I would highly recommend you to think through is from a diverse perspective. You mentioned it, but I think it always gets underplayed.
Yes, sir.
They will resist this by default. If I was a driver, I would resist this because I don't want to be monitored, and most of this typically gets used for assigning blame to me. So the data, the design of the system ideally should ensure that the data is in control of the driver and there's consent through which they share it. If you don't do that, then either the fleet or who owns the data is the most critical in this design in the system.
Yeah. So before the deployment of sensors to the trucks in real operation, we are planning the first workshop we will have related to this project will be a stakeholder workshop with truck drivers, fleet operators, to get their support, as well as to make them understand why we are doing this and how it's going to be beneficial for them. Yeah. So the idea is to make them understand that we don't gain, nobody is going to be having any pain point out of this, everyone is going to gain. Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Look forward to this.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hi, this is Prasad again. Thank you. This is it's a really tough design problem that you're embarking on. I think it's, as was just pointed out, the mechanism to create the right kinds of incentives, so you get that engagement from the drivers, is really a key part of the puzzle here. And I think there's always workarounds. People tend to create workarounds at the individual driver level, but also at the systemic level, and trying to ensure that those workarounds are really ways of creating a more robust system.
Yes, sir.
Would be a great way to approach this.
Okay.
Again, thanks a lot for what you're doing. I think you're at a relatively early stage, and so
yes, sir.
Yeah, looking forward to the developments.
Thank you so much, sir. Maybe in next summit we will be having the final product, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, Rokam. I don't think you're a novice. For sure, you're on your way to become the next generation expert, okay?
Thank you so much, sir.
That's the first point, okay? So we'll look forward to that. When we proposed this project to Daimler-Benz, right? The thought process is very simple. We have to make it a winning proposition for the drivers, meaning the ability to demonstrate that I'm a great driver and hence I deserve a better pay and I deserve better opportunities was a very important driving force in why we proposed this, right? The second part is how do we actually move from a very discrete event-based judgment of the behavior of the capability of the driver. If there is an accident or if there is an event where they are caught by the police speeding, that is when their record or their behavior is rated, in the sense it shows up on their point system or their challan system or whatever it is, right? But that is a very punitive method to kind of look at good behavior or creating good behavior, right? So the philosophy with which we should be looking at this is, okay, I'm going to monitor you continuously, A, to help you learn from that, B, when there is a difficult event that happens, the sensors are recording it. You don't have to keep all the data that's gathered. It could be almost like an hour cycle, right? If there's nothing interesting happening, it's perfect, right? But if something not interesting or something very interesting happening, like this heartbreaking when somebody's crossing road, that has to be extracted and kept for analysis on why it happened. And it has to then come back to kind of say, oh, this was good behavior or bad behavior, right? So there's a lot from a technical perspective on how this project will evolve. Absolutely, there is a great dimension in terms of how this can get into the public domain or into as a DPI, where you need to get the stakeholder engagement. So there's a business and policy aspect to it. But maybe it's just me. I'm hoping that out of this will come the driver's license 2.0, where it is not just a reflection of this person knew how to drive 25 years ago, but is a great driver every day, right? I think that is that's the vision of trying to propose this.
Thank you, Rokom, for the wonderful presentation. My question is, how valuable driving cycle analysis can be towards this rating? And as far as the overworking of the driver is concerned, how beneficial the biometric, if we can have a biometrics in place with the steering, we can actually have keep a record of for how long the driver has been driving the vehicle. And if there will be a dash cam, so it can actually help in reporting whether the driver actually by mistake he actually did the accident, or there was such a incident he actually applied the brakes to save someone, so that the harsh braking cannot be reported, so that there can be a realistic recording of the events, right? Thank you.
Yeah. So about that biometric thing, we had been having meetings with other industry experts, and all of them had been pointing out that the margin even for the truck owners or the fleet owners is very less. So they don't put in place the infrastructure so long as it is not being mandated by the government, which we will try to push it for later. And as for the Which was the second one? I lost it.
So it was with regard to the dash cam, and the
Oh yeah.
first
So
aspect was with regard to the driving cycle analysis, how it can be valuable towards this rating.
So government of India is, I think, going to make it mandate for the truck drivers to have ADAS 2.0. That time I think we will hit it. Okay.
Hi, myself Palniyappan Venkatachalam. So I'm happy to see this presentation because I'm a former employee of Daimler Truck AG. So my question is, when you're talking about this behavioral pattern, this sampling frequency plays a major role, right? So what is your plan on that, sampling frequency of the data?
So at the moment we have not discussed on that. We had been trying to discuss, but the problem is we are going to be sourcing different sensors from different types. Like let's say GPS will be sampling at a different frequency. Our like let's say the DMS, the driver monitoring system, could be at a different frequency. The accelerometer and gyro could be at. So we have to find a way to match them so that we are able to map all this together. That's so that we can create the digital twin of that particular driving event.
Okay. And also I have one more question. What is your thought on combining physics-based modeling with ML models using this real-time telemetry data? Do you have any thought on that?
For this particular case, I am not sure, but I am doing that physical modeling and to basically estimate the energy consumption, the sustainability of the driving behavior and all. So for this project, I haven't thought about it, and to be honest, I have no idea at the moment.
Okay. 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 Okay, because I worked in some of the portions in this, so I found the physics-based modeling plays a major role in this. So, and we need to deploy this, so that's why I was asking this question. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yes. So right now I'm working for Mahindra Automotive Company. So here I work for digital twin and advanced modeling. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, this is Ashik from Mahindra. So I have a similar question what Palniyappan asked. So how we are judging that driver rating based on which like distance or based on trip, the starting point A to B. So you are assessing driver's rating, correct? Or based on distance?
So at this point of time, we haven't finalized which model we will be deploying for coming up with this score. But it will be more like, okay, point A to point B, but within that, how they have been driving. So the exact framework or the more mathematical model of it, we haven't developed it yet. So I am not sure how to answer that at this point of time.
So once again, a very good morning to one and all. Ma'am, we have 2 to 3 minutes to ask some questions and share the experience related to the CDRS. Can you go to the last slide, please, which you asked for collaboration, feedback, and acceptance? Yeah. First, I need to really thank you, Rocco and MInT, for this. Why? Because I'm coming from Chennai, the core part of Chennai to IIT. Before going to the CDRS, whether I want to self-rate how I drive back, I drive all the way to IIT. It was a very hectic traffic. all the honkings, and I need to be here on time. There were multiple diversions, take diversions. I came to IIT. Once I entered the IIT campus, I was asked to take a 20 kilometer per hour. If not, I'll be fined. But before that, I was self-aware that the DS are there, the cyclists are there, many things were there. So the need of the hour is definitely this for drivers, all the drivers, and especially for the commercial vehicle drivers. Thank you so much for that. That only I want to say thank you to you. And regarding the question of acceptability, how can this framework be made more acceptable to the drivers? I request each and every one of you to visit the stall space. We have one solution to make this acceptance for everyone, and we can collaborate with MInT and Rocco to make it happen.
Okay, thank you so much. So the presentation was kept short, to ensure that this kind of discussion happened. Before I will get off the stage, I'll pick a small, trick from Professor Hillel. So how many of you are aware of civil score in finance business? So when you have a civil score, when you are, you borrow money and you return it on time, your civil score goes up, right? And when you delay on payment, it keeps going down. So this is going to be the civil score for the truck drivers. Something, you drive well, you perform well, and the score goes up. And when you are being a bad driver, or, I wouldn't say bad driver, I'll say not so good driver, so it goes down, That's how we are planning it to be, the next civil score for the truck drivers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rokom. I have questions too, but we are running out of time. I would like to, I know you said more than questions, you wanted inputs, and so we'll talk about it, Professor. We'll talk about we'll talk about integration into fintech and insurance. We'll also talk about how it happens if you change employers, if the rating moves along with you, and many other concepts. Along with how do you also deal with the broker system? Do the drivers in turn rate the broker, right? Because it's a very unorganized market. But more over coffee. I just want to remind you that our next session is at 11:30. So coffee is served in the exhibition hall. Let's make it a 20-minute break only because we want to start sharp at 11:30. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, no, great. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Let's first ask the question.
We will come back to you. Raja from Kumta. Could you please make as co-hosts Mr. Ravi Gadepalli, Mr. Rahul Joshi, and Mr. Vinod of TomTom? Yeah. I've asked for them to be made co-hosts so that are you able to hear us? And could you also just speak so that we ensure that two-way communication is established?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
All right, that's great. Thank you. Welcoming you all to panel 5. Telecom and mobile data for mobility planning is the topic. Every time your phone pings a tower, you leave a digital breadcrumb. If you aggregate billions of those crumbs, you get the world's most accurate map of human movement. Our final panel, moderated by Mr. Manish Srivastava, brings together leaders from Reliance Jio, TomTom, Kumta, and academic visionaries. They will uncover how raw telecom data is cleaned and converted into actionable city planning tools while answering the critical question, how do we fiercely protect consumer privacy while doing it? TomTom data recently showed that some cities lose over 100 hours a year per driver just sitting in traffic congestion. Telecom data helps planners figure out exactly why everyone is traveling to the same spot at 9 a.m. It is incredibly honest. It knows exactly when you left the office and it knows you weren't stuck in traffic for 2 hours. It saw your phone lingering near the local sweet shop. Let's find out how planners use this data responsibly without giving away our secrets. Over to you, sir.
Check.
Thank you, Samya. So firstly, I think this is a very pertinent topic. My name is Manish, and let me first quickly introduce most of the panel members here. Firstly, I'll start with Albert. Albert from Kumta. Kumta is, of course, the agency that helps transport planning in Chennai, and basically represents all transport planners and why they need this data that we are going to talk about. There's, of course, Vinod from TomTom. I think a leading company which uses these data and has global experience on how to use this data and what can come of this data. So there'll be real great insights from Vinod. Rohit Joshi, sorry, just hold on, just 1 minute. Rahul Joshi from Jio. Rahul heads network analysis in Jio. He's the right guy to tell what data is available. And basically, we had a brief conversation yesterday. So what are possible with data? What do telecom companies want to unlock this data and make it available to urban planners? Then, of course, Professor Bargera here basically helped. He's a leading expert. We just heard him on what data can do for the city, and he understands that more than anybody else. And then we have basically from ABD, we have Ravi Gedapalli from ABD. He'll share his experiences in what is required, what are the policies, governance that is required to make this possible, because without unlocking the right policies, this flow of data from the we'll have a lot of data that we are generating, so it's almost like water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. So how do we get this going? So let me first start with Albert. I did share with all of you a bunch of questions, but which I'm not going to go. But Albert, the simple question: why do you need this data?
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Albert. I'm an assistant planner from Kumta. So it's a privilege to be part of this esteemed panel. So you all may be knowing Kumta by this time. 2 years before, when we came to IIT Madras, we have to introduce ourselves with 3-4 slides. I hope now everyone knows what is Kumta. Kumta is a unified metropolitan transport authority in Chennai, whose responsibility is to prepare plans, try to implement the same through stakeholder agencies, and also take up initiatives in the mobility domain, so that planning as well as the travel of the public can be seamless and easy. So first of all, data or big data, it's not new to Kumta. In 2022, when we started preparing our comprehensive mobility plan, we understood the importance of big data, and deliberately we have indicated in the RFP that big data should be utilized in the comprehensive mobility plan preparation. Ravi was also there, he went through our TOR. Then what happened is, like, we have also informed that this the cost of the same is unknown, so we will bear the cost. So when we started preparing the comprehensive mobility plan, when we had a high-level committee meeting at the chief secretary level, all the secretaries, including chief secretary, has urged us to go and explore the possibility of using big data in the comprehensive mobility plan preparation. But after a long quest, we have it was very difficult to actually locate the vendor. There itself, we were stuck for almost like a year. So we were searching through multiple sources, through World Bank, through ITDP, through IIT. We are not able to actually identify the correct vendor or correct person who actually have this data. So finally, we are able to get data from TomTom. TomTom data penetration was I think somewhere around 5 to 10% in Chennai metropolitan area. And they were able to give, they were so gracious, and they gave sample data for 1 month. The data is almost like 200 GB. The problem is, like, data is so huge. Our team, we are not able to actually analyze and make sense out of the data. And the data had some anomalies like any other data will have. That is a different story. But the basic problem that we faced when we got the big data, 200 GB data, processing it was very tough task. Our internal team, though we had a data architect, data scientist, we are not able to actually sit and work and make sense out of the data. So the first gap, what I feel is like capacity in terms of both planners outside the government system as well as inside the government system, who should be sensitized. At least some upskilling should happen to actually make sense out of the data. Second point is, like, when we get the data, the thing is, like, this data is not exactly same as what we collect when we do a mobility plan. When we do a mobility plan, when we do household survey, we will collect travel diary, where we will record the travel behavior of the public by means of saying from home to metro station, how they will come, their mode and everything, and how much they are spending, everything we are recording. Whereas in the big data, the big problem is, like, everything is ping, everything is movement of point. Okay, so segregating the data mode wise, it's a challenging task. So without that segregation, the data may not be 100% utilized for the mobility plan preparation, or may not completely replace the existing system, I would say. So in such scenarios, that data can be utilized for either OD matrix generation, or to understand the speed and delay, or to understand where high footfall is moving, and which streets can be pedestrianized. And when we are also thinking about introducing a traffic impact assessment guidelines for Chennai metropolitan area. In such scenarios, these data will help us to understand what was the traffic before the development and what kind of a traffic that may come up after the development, to understand the impact of the development and take mitigation measures accordingly. Then another important thing is this data will also allow us to do dynamic route planning. Now we are now in the current scenario, our bus transportation planning is always need basis or ad hoc basis, like suddenly some MLA or some local representative, they will come and submit a representation to the MD or to the chairman, of course. Then the officials will be asked to go and do a recce. They will go and do a recce, then they will introduce a route, they will recommend the route, they will not recommend the route, not 100% backed by data. Whereas if we have access to this telecom data, we can actually evaluate the representation in an objective manner and plan the routes. And the entire route planning will be very dynamic rather than a reactive. It will be a proactive thing. We don't have to wait for a representation. We ourselves can periodically assess the routes, how much supply it is giving, where is the demand, whether demand is being supplied by the transportation, or whether we can change the routes. So this will actually change the way the bus transportation is being planned and operated. Then another important thing, when it is coupled with weighable data, we may able to actually plan the freight logistics movement also. So these are the most possible use cases. So apart from the second point, third point which I want to make is like telecom data is not the only big data available in the market. I hope most of you already aware of this. We are having several other players creating huge number of mobile data sets. Like Rapido, we are in talks with Rapido. Rapido is collecting two-wheeler speed and delay data, where the trips are generated, where trips are being attracted, where they are getting most offer, where from which location they are getting most searches. So such data from the private parties like Rapido, Ola, Uber, Namayatri, or whoever, Swiggy, Zomato, Porter, all these data should also be opened up. For that, policy level enabling provisions has to be made. For them to open up data, they have to spend some money. They should be incentivized for that. And there should be a platform where actually agencies like us should be able to get access to these data sets. Yeah. So these are my introductory thoughts.
Absolutely. Yes. Thanks, Albert. This was a great answers of why we need this data, and we are going to have 5,000 cities, 400 million people are going to move into the cities in the next, will be living in cities is estimated in the next 20 years. So Rahul will come to you, and you are the owner of this data. You run network analysis and AI in Geo. So will be good to get your perspective as to what data is available and what are the ways, means, mechanisms that we can. What is your perspective from telecom providers, basically, of making this data available? What are the constraints? What are the possibilities?
Thank you, Manish, and everybody. Am I audible enough?
Yes, absolutely.
I see. Thank you, Professor Geeta Krishnan and Manish, for this platform. I think great to be here. It's such a pleasure listening to everybody. I think I was going through the presentations earlier, and very enticing, very good knowledge. Thanks a lot. I would like to make two major caveats on this. One, and the first point is that we often confuse the mobile application data with the mobility data. What I'm doing in Geo is that Geo has got 500 million customers, 50 crore plus customers. We have got 400,000 towers. We have got 10 lakh kilometers of fiber. All this dense ecosystem, they produce signals. We have customer experience data. We have our own network key performance indicators, we have alarms and outages, we have equipment level, infrastructure level data. All these, this is too much of data to handle, but Jio has invested in technologies over the past decade that we are able to aggregate, consolidate, slice, correlate, put together this data such that we are able to generate insights out of it. You would be surprised to know that these 500 million customers, they produce 400 billion events every day that we are collecting. 400 billion data signals, data points, okay? And this is very rich information. This is, it's not, and this mobility stream, it is completely anonymized because we are not touching the PII tags of our customers because telco is heavily regulated, okay? We have to abide with all of the federal rules, the government rules, as well as our own information security policies. We are tapping into the network equipment data, okay? Because whenever we move, when we are traveling, there is handover from one tower to other. So we have built our ways to generate insights out of this. All this data that I'm talking about is completely anonymized. It's completely aggregated. There's no data as such, there are only insights. Now, the beauty of this mobility data, Manish and everybody, is it is just seamless. It is continuous. I have my device here. If I make a call, I produce a data event. If I move, I produce a data event. If I just put it down, it is a data event. It does not need a login into an application. It does not need a payment transaction. It does not need an event. It's just there because the device is continuously talking to the tower and the aggregation nodes. And we are grabbing those insights and aggregating them, rolling up either on geography basis or on topology basis, and we are producing insights. I think, I'm not sure, I don't know how much correct the other mobile application data sets are. There are map-based applications, there are transport applications, there are Zomatos and Swiggies of the world who all have data sets. I do not know what is their accuracy level or what is their consistency level. But I am very sure that this data is 99.9% correct. Because the mobile network runs, it has to store your location and hand over to the other signal. It cannot go wrong. It works on worldwide GSM 3GPP 5G standards. Okay. Now, what can we do with this data? We are doing a lot of use cases through this. We are working with various metro corporations. We are working with central governments, with state governments. We are doing various POCs with World Bank also. There are a number of applications, including road and surface transport planning, metro planning, tourism, logistics and supply chain, calculation of economic indicators, security, because this tells you how the population moves or where the population stays, which routes the population take, okay, how frequent do they hop, okay, where are they aggregated, where are they jammed, where are they stationary, or how fast are they moving. All this can be derived from the mobility data sets. A lot of countries are already doing it. I know Spain is doing it. I know Indonesia is doing it. A lot of African countries are into it. And it's the policy framework, as we discussed, Manish, yesterday, the policy has to be aligned so that there is a win-win for the telco operators who have invested thousands of crores to aggregate and correlate this data, as well as the common use cases for the public and for the government, as well for the private players. That's a brief insight for now, Manish, to answer your question.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for that, Rahul. I think important points, separating what is basically has privacy data and what is network data. And I think it's a very important distinction that everybody should be aware of, because the word mobility data tends to combine all of that. So I think very important distinction. Ravi, I think I'm going to bring you in. You've seen various policy frameworks across the world, which is where this is happening. What are the various mechanisms and policy frameworks under which the data that Albert needs can be provided by Rahul. So what are the ways in which we can make it happen, and what would you broadly recommend in places like India?
Yes, thank you. Am I audible? Yes? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so thanks for asking me to speak on this important topic and in this forum. So I have not been working on this across the world. I worked on it in Sri Lanka, in Nepal, starting to work in Sri Lanka and a little bit in India. So in India, we have been talking. We haven't gone down to action on this item because the policy space is apparently unclear. So because when we speak with people, there is no policy hurdle on paper, but from the intent to action, there has been a bit of a gap. More than policy frameworks, I think the issue has been the cost, who bears the cost. I'll come to that in a bit because that is a straightforward problem. It's a decision to be taken. But the back-end items Mr. Rahul was mentioning are very valid. Actually, we also observed that when we look at smartphone apps-based data, we capture 2 to 4% of the population broadly. And even that also, a lot of times, will be a lot of delivery partners or cab drivers, which are not representative of the overall population. Whereas when we look at mobile phone data, except kids who go to school who don't have a cell phone, or very elderly people who may not use a cell phone, majority of the population is covered. And with 4G, 5G data, we actually have path information also in a lot of accuracy. In Nepal, when we looked at 2G, 3G data, we still lost some trips, which was not as accurate, but 4G data and 5G. In India, I think majority of people have already been migrated to these networks. So there is rich data available. In terms of protocols, there is this OSSI protocol, which Mr. Rahul may be better placed to explain about. But what we figured in Nepal is that so the data is anonymized because of that. Mr. Rahul also mentioned that it is already anonymized, but basically because of this reason, I believe, where you are anonymizing the user and you are just getting some hash ID against a particular event. So, and it need not be linked to any individual. So the privacy is not the issue. And so the issue is how to process data and give it in a form that cities can use. So we understood that, let's say you have 1 million mobile phones, it leads to 1.2 terabytes of data every day. So in a Chennai-like city, let's say we are only solving Albert's problem and not everybody else's problems. So Chennai has maybe 10 million people. So that is 10 TB worth of data every day. And 10, yeah, so it is more than 10 TB, right? So processing that from the mobile phone operator's point of view, so they have a cost to share that data with us. So the simpler option is for us to, in Nepal, we just purchase the server and handed it to them saying that put it in this, because the data just sharing and then processing on top of it takes a lot of effort. So the raw data is given by the mobile phone operator. And on top, we need to process because they have several columns which are not necessary for transport planning. We only need to know which cell phone tower it is pinging onto so that we can then backtrack to the origin destination. So then we aggregated into hex maps. So the Uber has these standardized hex maps, and there are other grids also. You can do rectangle, whatever grid you take. You basically need to aggregate individual origin destinations to these hexes, which is we need to parse the data and then do this, so which is computationally intensive. So I think the skill sets are a bigger problem than policy. So if we have this process flow established and someone from the government side who can take care of this, the mobile phone operators may be able to share. I think what indirectly Mr. Rahul was hinting is that there is a cost associated because they have built all this data, and because we want it now for you to, they want to monetize, I think, this data. But the government's perspective is that this is not a recurring thing. We need it once in a while. You make a mobility plan once in 5 years, 10 years, or occasionally if you need data, and that is for public purpose. The government's perspective is that it should be shared for free. So there is no price allocation given at this point. So I think that is a discussion to be had, whether it should be given for free occasionally or how to go about it. I think the business model of data sharing and the nuts and bolts of who gets the server, who processes data. We can't expect the data provider to also process and give us just our origin destination matrix. So that I think city should take care. So yeah, I think we need to break down the problem and then address it one by one. Yeah, maybe I'll stop here and come back later. Thanks.
No, absolutely. I think important points, Ravi. I think one is
your voice is quite weak.
Manish, your voice suddenly went down. If you could speak up, thanks.
Hello. Okay. Hopefully it's clear.
Not as good as it was first time when you started.
Yes.
Something happened in the middle.
The mic,
I don't know.
yeah, it turned off. So yes, absolutely, Ravi. I think the economics of it, of course, and who bears the cost and where does the value accrue is always an important aspect for data to move, and we will have to answer those questions. But I think there's other, which use cases, public use cases, which use cases you'll allow. I think there are more fine-tuned discussions that we should be having on what is possible, and so that it makes interests are aligned and we are able to make this happen. The other aspect is, of course, capability of processing this data, and I think Vinod, this is where you are probably best placed to answer this question because I think Albert also mentioned that the capabilities required to process this data, right, and the incentives required to process this data tend to point to an intermediary who has the capability, incentives, everything required to do so, and I think TomTom has been doing that across the world. So would love to hear your thoughts on terms of what are the various models, what are the how you've been operating, and what is the space TomTom kind of fills in.
Thanks, Manish. First of all, thanks for inviting me for this panel. It makes very special moment for me because I'm alum of the institute. So I'm back at the institute talking. So it's a very special moment for me, right? To answer your question, Manish, TomTom, of course, is a location data company. We operate globally, right? What we have been doing is we provide technologies that go into automotive dashboards, navigation dashboards. Some of the companies mentioned on this panel use TomTom data for their own fleet and logistics purposes, ride sharing application purposes, right? So that means as part of this, TomTom gets a lot of data back, right, from varied data sources, right? It's from cars, it's from ride-hailing applications, it's from mobile phones. So it's a variety of data that comes back to TomTom, which we aggregate, anonymize, and make it available as a mobility data source that cities can use, which is what Albert spoke about. And we have been doing this for the last 10 years. So that means there's petabytes and petabytes of data, right? And as Albert said, 1 month of data can be like 200 GB for one city, right? And now think of that at a global scale, right? That's a huge amount of data that we continuously accumulate and process. I mean, audible, I see. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah. What we have seen cities do with the data is they particularly do 3 different types of use cases, all of which Albert already spoke about, right? I wonder if there is anything more that I could add to what Albert already said. The first one is infrastructure planning, right? You want to decide where you want to open new roads or change roads, build bridges to make mobility better. Number 2 is transport planning, right? How do I optimize different modes of transport in a city? And number 3 is more real-time event management type of situations, right? So these are the 3 different types of use cases. And for this, any city would need a full data that covers the entire city at every road level, right? And if you think of what are the different ways to collect that type of data continuously in a cost-effective manner, right? The type of data sources that we use and the telecom providers use is probably the most cost-efficient way of covering the entire city, and that's why this data is super important for cities to leverage as the base for everything else. That is not to say this is the only type of data that you need, right? The telecom data or GPS data has its advantages, but you always need to combine it with other data sources. For example, you would still need data from your video cameras at particular junctions, right, to be able to add additional layers on top. You would still need surveys where you are asking people how much money they are spending traveling from work to their house, so that you are able to add the economic costs of transportation on top, so that you are able to arrive at your policies at the end. So the second part is you need to always combine data, right? The GPS data, telecom data is not the one-shot miracle that you can totally depend on. As Albert said, you need to layer it with other data sources. What we have seen our partners do globally, right? The city partners, they always leverage data from TomTom, and they leverage data from all the infrastructure sources that they have in the city, right? And then they leverage capabilities of organizations who are able to process the data out of it. I mean, get the insights out of the data. So what that means is how do we translate the wealth of the data into actual outcomes, right? That is where we're seeing a significant bottleneck at this point, right? Data is there everywhere, right? I think if you combine all the data that's there from the companies on this particular panel itself, that's humongous amount of data already, right? I think that part is already largely solved. Availability of data from the industry is already largely solved. What is not solved is how do you actually crunch this data to actually deliver the value and outcome, which can eventually be converted into business models, commercial models. I think one of the reasons that we are struggling with commercial models is we're not being able to convert the data into actual value, right? What is it, right? Is it going to reduce the cost for the city? Is it going to tangibly, in a metric sense, improve the life of people on the ground, right? In some cases, it's also about establishing and showing those metric improvements, right? To be able to arrive at a tangible, workable business model, commercial model. So that's the key of the challenge that we are seeing at this point, right? For us, data in itself is there, right? And we are making it available to cities through various mechanisms, right? Every year we do a TomTom traffic index as an exercise to dispose this type of data to all the cities in the world. But what we have not been able to do alone as TomTom is being able to convert the wealth of data into outcomes for cities. And that's where we need more industry partnerships to be able to do that.
So help me understand. So you do work with the telecom operators and source the data from them, and you have an economic model of exchange with them. Is that correct?
So let's take an example. A lot of cars who automotive cars who build navigation dashboards, right? They need maps, traffic, etc. Right? They are one of the sources. The second is there are mobile phones which come with maps embedded from TomTom, right? And we get data from all those mobile phone manufacturers. It's not telecom providers, but the OEMs, right? OEMs directly. And anybody who builds with TomTom technologies, right? One of the named customers is Uber, right? They build with TomTom technologies. So as part of that, we get anonymized aggregated data, which helps us build this wealth of data.
Fair enough. Thanks a lot. So I think, yes, so certainly value-added providers like you are able to also address a lot of significant pieces of the puzzle that, of course, people like Albert need. So certainly something to discuss further. Professor, I'll come to you, and I think you know the value of data more than anybody else. One is, how valuable are mobile data for what is today possible, what is becoming possible, and what is much hyped about the mobile data? How valuable is it?
Okay, thank you for this question. I will rely on, in my answer, on the experience from Israel. And the Israeli mobility planning community has gone through 3 main revolutions in the last 2 decades. One is cellular household survey. I'll say a few words about that. The second one is GPS-supported household travel survey. And the third one is travel time validation, travel time and calibration and validation in planning models. So I'll talk briefly about each one of them. If I talk too much, give me a sign. In terms of travel time validation and calibration, urban network models for many years have been calibrated and validated only on traffic volumes. That was the data that was available. That was how calibration and validation was done. And all of a sudden, TomTom, Google, other providers are offering travel time data. And people started asking themselves, can we use this, or should we use this to calibrate and validate our models? And clearly the answer is yes. But there was a problem. Half of the presentations here used one of those types of data through some API. All the clever IIT students here can use this API without a problem, especially with some help from Claude. But most planners in Israel were not able to use the API. It's not, from their point of view, it's not accessible. So one of the agencies contracted a software company. They built a very simple interface where any planner can say, I want to monitor the route from point A to point B 5 times a day, 3 times a week, over 6 months or whatever, and plug it in. And then the machine will ping the server on the specified timings, and we'll collect the data, and we'll store it. There is an agreement between the Ministry of Transport of Israel and Google for, I don't know, maybe 10 million queries a year for pennies. I mean, it's a really ridiculous cost. And all of a sudden, the calibration, validation, before, after comparison of travel time became feasible for regular planners. So very simple thing, something that an IIT student with Claude can do in a day, right? It's a very simple application that created a huge difference in the way the planning community works. Albert mentioned the household travel surveys. They have been the cornerstone of mobility planning for many years, and they have a lot of problems. And the Ministry of Transport decided in Israel decided in 2019 to procure household travel survey, a data consolidator company with 2 cellular providers created a consortium to estimate an annual average OD matrix, 2,500 zones throughout the country, small country, 10 million people, and on an hourly basis. So now you have a dynamic OD matrix from cellular data, not some sample data, not whatever people remember, actual travel. And that was a huge success. All planning, mobility planning activities in Israel since then are relying primarily on that data source. It has a lot of limitations. We don't know anything about the travelers. We don't know, even mode was not estimated in this exercise. It was only one time for some reason. I don't know why they didn't repeat it, because the cost was 10% of a regular household travel survey. And once you develop the methodology, repeating it the next year should have been 10% of the 10% of the cost. So the scalability is amazing. If you would, once you do it for one city, you can do it for 5,000 cities for practically the same cost, give or take some compute cost, but not much. So it's an amazing direction, and it was easy for the planners to specify what they want in terms of the OD metrics, because they are used to working with OD matrices produced by household travel surveys. They went to the telecom industry and we told them, We want the same product. Don't give us your raw data. We don't know how to deal with it. Give us something that we can put in our planning software, ME, Transcad, whatever. It should plug in directly to our planning software. Otherwise, we will not use it. So that's what they did, and it was a great success. I hope I answered at least part of your question. If you want, I can
absolutely. I think perfect segue. So basically, what Professor is saying, Rahul, and primarily direct this to you, is there is well-defined set of data that I'm sure working with technologists and with Professor and with Kumta, we can very easily define a spec of what data is required, and if that can be productized either from your end, Vinod, or from your end, Rahul, then it becomes easy to pull that data and plug it into existing softwares that they use, which will, otherwise the gaps are huge in terms of the capability and capacity that you have, Rahul, within your team to be able to process this data. So the requirements can be shared in a very standardized fashion, saying if you give this data, we are willing to buy it, which is what Kumta is essentially saying. Or like Ravi saying, maybe to scale it, we might need a policy thing, but probably trying to prove the model, saying that, hey, here is a model that works. We can try doing with in a small scale, and then probably working with Ravi and other policy folks to see how we can scale it across all 5,000 cities. Is that something you think would be feasible?
I'm delighted to hear Professor's words, and I'll be very interested in knowing, how the cellular data was used in Israel. To Professor's points and to other people's point also, one thing is, friends, the age that we are living in, we need to think much beyond OD matrices. That's the traditional way of looking at transportation problems. Let many things, the mobility data set actually gives much more than generation of pure OD matrices. Let me give an example of dwell time. Okay, a person comes to a retail store. How long does he stay in the retail store, or how long does he roams around in a touristic location? Another thing could be, what is your hotel occupancy? Okay, what are the routes that they are taking, and how much time do they take on a route? OD matrix is only point to point. Okay, the Telecom data set can also give you routes, dwell times also. It is much beyond. Then coming, Manish, to your point that technology is not an issue. Processing power is also now not an issue, because we have the capacity, the built up and all. I think we are way beyond those constraints now. Point is, what is the use? Whatever data I have and whatever processing I'm doing, that is good for my internal mobility use. What are my mobility uses? Improve network efficiency, reduce operational costs, empower the last mile field engineers, okay, improve customer experiences. I'm good with a small processing here and there. I have the capability of doing a much larger processing for a city like Chennai, which will aid, in creation of a digital twin of the traffic network. However, I do not see the need internally. So I'm not doing it. But that does not mean that we are not doing it. We cannot do it. We can do it, actually. If there is a proper justification of the processing and storage part, if there is a proper need, definitely it can be done. Thirdly, the government is doing a lot of initiatives. Anyway, there is a talk of a Sangam centralized digital twin. In fact, a meeting is right now going on that. But I don't see why all private people cannot connect together. There are so many ways of sharing and transforming data. Maharashtra Metro from Pune, they directly approached us. The problem that they are trying to solve is feeder route bus planning. So they have the metro route identified, which they are building. Now they have to plan for feeder route. So what will be the catchment areas of a new metro station? They are trying to solve that problem. They came to us. We are actually talking at a very advanced stage on how the mobility data sets can be used. So I don't see an issue. And one way of achieving it, Manish, and to everybody, is that because telecom data is heavily regulated, we can also devise a model that the data stays in the data provider's premises. Algorithms are sourced from other private companies, like to Ravi's point, to Vinod's point, and let it run, and only the insights or aggregated anonymized knowledge moves out. So we would be complying to the regulatory policies also, and there would not be a general human crime. That's one way of doing it. Another way is creation of government-owned federated digital twins, where operators give some data, transport corporations give some data, private operators, private companies give some data, and to each according to its need, the data is fetched out. So there are different ways of achieving it. I'm sure that we are at a cusp of using this, and it can really transform a lot of things across multiple industries.
Absolutely. Thanks, Rob. So Ravi, back to you. There are, and hopefully you're able to hear me. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was also thinking about, while Rahul was saying, there are mechanisms that are now operating, let's say in the financial side in India, like the account aggregator, which is allowing data from multiple parties to be sourced and also being made available to consumers. So they're called FIUs, financial information users and financial information providers. And they've these agencies have created these networks, right? And it's all, of course, regulated by through RBI. So similar approaches, is it possible to do so in I don't know how much you know about the account aggregator approach, but would love to hear if those kind of approaches can be also feasible on enabling sharing of data, because the users are many, right? And use cases, right now we are only talking about Kumta and urban planning, and like Rahul was saying, the users of this data would be many. So should we also talk to the account aggregator kind of people so that we can also create the network of users for telecom data, so it makes feasible for telecom data providers to share data in a regulated manner, and also this becomes a viable mechanisms for users to get it.
I think it's a great idea, Manish, and a lot of things are happening. This technology, this evolution is just started, so we can definitely explore. As you said, there could be so many use cases. A mall owner may like to know, where are my footfalls coming from on weekends and on weekdays. An advertising agency may like to see which routes are people taking, where is most traffic halted, or where is population aggregation happening, at what point of the day, at what hour of the day, at what day of the week, at what hour of the day. So yes, a lot of possibilities can arise. I think we are open to talking to different people.
So Ravi, I'll just go. I know we have a few minutes left, so we'll go through the panel and get there based on the discussion so far. Ravi, first you, and then Vinod, you, to say what is the sense that you're getting in terms of what could be the potential next steps? How can we move forward in terms of unlocking this data, and also and enabling this use case in a fair manner?
Yeah, actually, the fair manner is where I wanted to come in. The thing is, we get mobile phone data either from smartphones or cell phones. It is not the population, and it's not everything. So a lot of times, for example, smartphone data, the TomTom Maps data, there are research articles which show that so the methodology they use get data more from the vehicles only, and not from people who are using walk or public transport. And so although they are presenting facts to the decision maker, it is basically showing the traffic problems of car users in a magnified manner, And so that eventually leads to the decision making that, oh, people are stuck in congestion, there is economic loss, so let's build more flyovers, better development. However, that is not the full population, right? So that is up to the user to understand what is the data telling you and interpret it properly. And even with the mobile phone data, if we get the entire signal data, first we need to be very careful about processing it so that we assign those trips to the right links. So this is hardcore transport planning, and travel demand forecasting is something we all learn as in college, engineering, tech, PhD, whatever. But now all of that is back in focus now, because the signal gives you which cell phone tower the phone has pinged. So you have to convert that into a trip. And that is where you can follow different approaches and get to different results. And if you don't do that accurately, you can get completely wrong results also. And like I said, when we use 2G, 3G data, 30-40% of the population with cell phones, we were unable to trace the path. We got the origin destination, but nothing else. And path can be in different ways, right? And then there is the majority, let's say when we do our household travel surveys, we always see that about 40-50% are work trips, around 30% are education trips, and everything else is 20%. People also criticize that we are not capturing short trips, access egress trips, and so on. But where it is captured also, a lot of the shorter trips, many trips are not captured in a household travel survey also. And so there are gaps there, and there are not, we don't capture many, the school trips which are 30%, even if they're not 30, if they're 15 also, which is a substantial share, which we may not capture using cell phone data. So I think this is a valuable data source, but that is not going to solve all of our problems. We need to, the decision maker needs to know whether it is the TomTom data which captures car traffic, or the overall cell phone data which captures 60-70% population, but not everybody. So that clarity needs to be there. Second, application of this data to process from cell phone records to the traffic assignment. There is a lot more research that needs to be done, but of course researchers don't have data, and so where do we start? So we go back to, then who shares data? What is the size? We go back to the same discussion. So in addition to all the points that were already discussed, I just wanted to highlight these two aspects. Thanks.
Thanks. Vinod?
Yes, for me, there are three takeaways from the discussion here. First is very clear, as Ravi said, there is no one data source that's going to suffice all the different use cases that cities want to do, right? So it's going to mix of different use case, different data sources, TomTom, and data sources that Ravi, Rahul all spoke about. And there needs to be a way for us to pool the data, right? These are different data sources, different data types. How do we actually bring them together to be able to solve the use cases? I think there is work and brain power that needs to go there. And again, going back to what Albert said at the start, right? Saying we have the data, now go figure it out is probably not enough in this space, right? We need to make the data talk to the use cases, right? We need to make it usable, connected to the use case, ultimately cross that bridge of making the data deliver value, right? I think Albert spoke about that. I think we need to build products specific to use cases. At TomTom, we have been doing that. For example, we build OD metrics, route monitoring, and congestion analysis tools. But that's only use cases that we know today. Probably there are more use cases that we need to cater to through understanding use cases Albert spoke about. The last is probably I could sense a bit of tension in the panel where we come back to, okay, what is the commercial model? What is the commercial model, right? I think for some of the data sources and the data products or use cases, the commercial model could be easier because there is an established way of doing things, and if we plug the data there, then the commercial model is probably self-explanatory. Why should these data to be these types of data should be procured, right? But that is only the status quo, right? Looking ahead for the next 5-10 years, with all of the innovations happening, I think there's a bunch of use cases which need to be innovated, which we didn't think of in the last last few years, right? So that means there's need for data to be shared, POCs to be executed with academia, a bunch of industry partners to unlock new use cases, new value, right? And establish the value for that so that new commercial models could emerge for those use cases. I think those are the three takeaways for me, right? Pool data, build products specific to the use cases that organizations like Alberto representing needs, and number three, cross the chasm of data to value, right? Through POCs, so that there's actually real commercial models that evolve out of this.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think great points. I'm not going to repeat that. And but Prof, coming back to you on the earlier point that you made, in some of there are well established products that the telecom providers provide and that plug into the model. So there are areas that are already well established, and I think standards and specifications are available as to how that data can be shared, and even commercial models are available as to how that data can be shared. And I think those need to be potentially explored and figured out what works for us. Then also to get started, like Vinod was also saying, how do we get started? What are, like, can we doing few of these experiments where data for less controversial use cases, let me put it there. How do we take data, exchange the data, and start getting some of the, rather than trying to aim for the world with the biggest picture, can we take simple use cases, and what would those simple use cases be where we can get started and build a little bit of trust and that it is working for all the participants, so that then we can take the next harder problem, and then we can take the next harder problem, rather than trying to look at, oh, the world is there, so why don't we try the hardest problem? So I think I would say let's look for the smallest problem that we can solve before we start getting to the next, and we'll have to climb that ladder.
I completely agree, and I think the word trust you mentioned is critical, and it's actually points out that the issue is not technology, it's sociology. The telecommunication community in Israel and the planning community in Israel are very different. In the planning community, for most people, if you tell them, please use my API, they will go blank. They don't know what you're talking about. If you go to the telecommunication community and say, I don't know how to use your API, they will throw you out of the room. They will not want to talk to you. If you go to the telecommunication people and you tell them, I want OD metrics, they will not get excited. This is a boring job. If I'll go to tell my other telecommunication friends that I'm working on OD metrics, they will laugh. This is a piece of cake. It's not a piece of cake. They had to work very hard to get a good OD matrix. And that is what the planning community needs, is those kind of, like you said, simple things. It has been, these are innovative things. It has not been done anywhere else in the world. So it's very rare that telecommunication data is used at all in mobility planning. Very rare. So the fact that it has been done is a breakthrough, and we need to embrace this breakthrough and nourish it and let it grow slowly, making it from a one-time event to an annual event, making it from one country to more countries, from one city to 5,000 cities, and then grow gradually. And then we can go to the real time and whatever, and kind of things that the planning agencies today have no idea how to deal with. It's great ideas, but you need mobility partners that know how to use it. The mobility partners that we have today, you need to recognize what is a community doing today, what they know how to do, what the data that they need to do their current work better.
Absolutely. So I think I'm going to move to the audience and questions. I think the points have been fairly clear. I think the need is clear. The data exists. I think we need to connect the dots here and make the data flow. I think, and I think, Ramki, a lot of that also rests on shoulders of organizations like MInT to bring these people together today virtually. But I think it looks obvious to me that we need to bring them into a room together so that they can understand each other better, and a little more trust and understanding of each other's space and constraints so that we can bridge the gap. Yeah, any questions? And I love some comments also from Ramki here.
Check. No, I cannot say how excited I am today, right? When listening to this panel discussion, when we were looking at how MInT can kind of open up another paradigm in terms of how we look at mobility, we were thinking about how we can use telecom data. But then the problems around that are, as Manish very succinctly put, trust. How do we create the data? How do we source the data? And then, of course, how do we use the data, right? So I think these are the problems that we are hoping that we can bring communities together and then jointly discuss and really start with baby steps in terms of how to do these kinds of problems or solve these problems, and then grow the knowledge base, both from standards perspective, modeling methodologies perspective, and then make it available to the community so that it actually can scale, right? So that's a very core mission of MInT. So I think with Manish, we were talking about holding a kind of a workshop, probably not in Chennai, but probably at the heart where the telecom operators are. So maybe in Mumbai, okay. Bring everybody together, really kind of, not when I say everybody together, not like hundreds of people, but people really understand this problem set and the technology around this, and discuss and come up with a framework and start doing something with this, right? So that's the next step that we are going to take from MInT. So please keep your calendars and minds open when we reach out, because I believe that this is a very essential step, not only for India, and as Hillel said, this can impact the world.
Geeta, any thoughts?
No, I think Ramki has already laid the next step. I'm also thinking, right, the Mintathons we do. So I think we need more brains to work on this data, work on these models, what is possible. So we could actually run a focused Mintathon on telecom data, right? And we can make sample data available and then open it out to the community to see what they can achieve with the data. And we can make it international, right? We can actually have the best brains from across the world actually look at this, contribute to this. So.
Yes, and in fact, I was talking to one of your students, and he was saying that the data for us, our data is not available to us, so we work on data which is outside countries. So they're working actually on problems for somebody else, solving somebody else's problem. And I think we need it. Basically, we owe to ourselves that we make this data available to our own students so that they can learn from it and solve our own problems. So, yep. Any thoughts, questions from the audience?
First of all, I would like to thank MInT for arranging the summit because I found yesterday's and today's panel discussions very informative. So I just wanted to share a few of my thoughts and doubts which I have noted. So my focus is I wanted to focus on the urban congestion. So the main reason for urban congestion is mostly it's recurring travel patterns. People commute every day from residential areas. It could be for employment or for education, or it could be for the commercial hubs. So my question here is, why can't we use AI and the transport analytics hub, which we were discussing yesterday, to continuously identify these high frequency origin destination patterns? So that is, I want to I just wish to know how AI can help me understand how citizens actually move. So instead of redesigning the transport network, which is not having the efficient routes, which is currently inefficient, so how do I redesign that transport network around patterns instead of expecting people to adapt the inefficient routes? So for example, if I want to travel to a particular destination, there is no direct route for me. So the route is inefficient. So instead of relying on that or tweaking that, why don't we understand the real destination where the consumer wants to, where the user wants to travel? So can AI help there by introducing direct express routes or dedicated bus lanes? So if a hotspot is identified that many people are traveling to this particular destination, so why don't we have a dedicated bus lane for that particular path? So this can reduce the door-to-door travel time rather than just in the vehicle travel time. So that is the first question which I have. And yesterday in the panel discussion regarding modeling, they were also talking about this perception engineering. So I just wanted to know how AI can help us measure the stress associated with transfers. So that is, I'm waiting a lot of time at the bus stop. So how can AI help me there? So how can it make the travel much more efficient? So in that way, because the convenience is the most important thing which the user expects. So and if we want to improve sustainable transportation, we will have to support mass transit and reduce the dependency on the private transportation. For which one thing which the user expects is I'll have to save time, and the waiting time has to be reduced. So how can perception engineering and AI help in this concept? And finally, what would it take for AI to power both a city level transport planning and a personalized commuter assistance within the same ecosystem? So not having two things as silos. For example, Kumta Chennai one, it basically focuses on the city level transport planning, but also why not make it personalized for a commuter? So these are few of my thoughts and questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think, Professor, if you can take few of the questions, and I would love Albert's response as well after that.
Okay, thank you for this overarching question or set of questions. I think asking the right question is very critical. Okay, we know that in academia we work a lot about finding the right question. So, for example, on congestion, you ask, and many people ask, how come we have such bad congestion? That's the wrong question. The right question is, how come we don't have worse congestion? Even worse. It could have been even worse. And the only reason we don't have worse congestion, you know what it is? Congestion itself. Congestion is the only leverage, the only actuator that prevents worse congestion. So it's an autoimmune phenomenon. The only way to make it otherwise is road pricing. The only way. And unless we have a strong actuator like road pricing that will incentivize travelers to take into account their externalities, there will be congestion. There is no other way around it. No AI can solve it, nothing, no data analysis. There is no solution without a strong actuator, i.e. road pricing. That's one. The other thing is, most of your questions were how AI can do this and this and that. Again, this is a legitimate question. Maybe others can answer it. I think that AI is a tool, and I like to be problem-oriented. You want bus lanes? Bus lanes are an excellent solution in specific places. Kumta empower Kumta to do better. Whenever they need to use AI, they can use AI, but bus lanes can certainly be implemented with or without AI. People have done excellent bus lanes without AI in different ways. Similarly to other problems you mentioned, all of these problems, there is a huge number of studies on how each and every one of them can be solved. Some cases with AI, in some cases without AI. In my opinion, whether AI is used or not is less important than whether we can provide solutions to citizens in Chennai, in India, and everywhere else.
Yeah, in between, Vinod, thank you. I know you need to leave, so thank you for your participation and the points you made. We'll be in touch with you, and hopefully we can make progress together on this front. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Yeah, Ravi and Rahul, if you need to leave, please do so. Thanks a lot. Just a few more minutes. If there's any questions that might get directed to you, if you can stay, please do stay.
I could not hear that completely, but thank you so much, Manish and everybody. Thanks a lot, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
There were three questions. First one is related to how AI can help us in urban congestion. So, as Professor rightly mentioned, AI is a tool. It cannot actually give a solution. It's the job of the planners. But for planners to actually give solutions, they should have data to do the analysis and other stuffs. And they should also come up with should also have leverage to come up with strategies which will actually reduce the congestion. So AI can be the tool, but AI will not be the solution. First point. And another thing is like when you are mentioning about interchange and making the transportation more comfortable, the transportation system should be planned in a comprehensive manner. So making the system efficient will have some sacrifice here and there in terms of giving MMI hub and spoke model or something of that sort, which we may not be able to eliminate. We may not be able to make a transportation more personalized. It will be little more it will be a bit more generalized than more personalized, because if we go more personalized, we may serve one particular sector, we may leave out another sector. Social inclusivity will be a problem, and in general accessibility itself will be a problem. So that's the second part. And third part, you are mentioning about in enhancing the comfort using AI. The thing is like what we can do, the max is like information sharing or information transfer across multiple modes. First point. Second point is like our Chennai One app, where you can take a single ticket, travel across multiple mode using single payment, single ticket. There we can give a certain level of comfort. From physical MMI point of view, we can make the transfer, or we can ease out the transfer to an extent. But I don't feel AI can do a bigger job there. But what we can do is like we are also doing an experiment for Central, developing a indoor navigation system where multiple modes are actually coming together. In MMI parlance, Central is our rank 1 MMI. So we are trying to model the entire Central and give a indoor navigation system to the passengers, so that they can easily understand if they want to catch the Rolur train, where they have to go. They want to catch Velachery train, where they have to go. They want to catch green line or blue line, where they have to go. So we are trying to give a certain level of comfort, but but we may not be able to ease out 100%. That is the limitations that we have to agree.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Any
So
other?
can I come in on this point?
Yes, absolutely. Ravi, please.
Yeah, so I think the broader question is how do you, the previous discussion was on mobile phone data, but the question is more on how to use AI for network planning and other applications. So we have been trying to do that also. So, I mean, of course, there's no question to what Albert and Professor said, that it is a tool and not a solution. But even if it is a tool, so how exactly can we make use of the tool? A couple of thoughts on that. One is that when there is large amounts of data, a lot of times it is on to the user to know how exactly to process it. So for example, we have I can't name the state because of confidentiality, but we have the data for a 12,000 bus fleet, state level organization with 12,000 buses, and they have several TB of data on ticketing data. So what we do is build dashboards out of it on key performance indicators, fleet utilization, occupancy, and etc. Whatever are the standard KPIs. And as planners, we are traditionally trained to think on those lines. But then let's say the managing director or a depot manager or somebody says, so what is the load on this route on this day? So then I need to quickly change the code somewhere to match his question. But whereas AI can generate it quicker than somebody with the skills also to do it. So first you need skilled people always. With AI, some skills can be outsourced, but you still need to ask the right question to get the right answer. The second thing is on the route planning aspect. It should be accessibility based. The traditional way of route planning, is what Albert actually mentioned, that ad hoc somebody asks and you may or may not provide. But even within the theoretical framework, the traditional way has been that there will be a few intelligent transport planners who know what is the OD matrix, and they'll do a travel demand model and tell the city where to run the routes. But then that is assuming that the planner knows everything. So these days, the focus is more on accessibility-based models, where you try to maximize the service to the maximum number of people, giving them the opportunity to use public transport, and eventually more people are likely to use it as long as it is reliable. So for you to build this accessibility tool, to take some amount of competence and skill. So those kinds of specific skills where you need an extra hand, you can use AI, but you still need to know the process flow, in my opinion. Thank you.
Manish,
Thanks.
Yeah, so couple of things, right? Some of the questions that are being asked are research level questions. Right? So first we have to do the research. We have to show what is possible, and then publish this research, have a larger conversation around it, take it further. But these are important questions, right? I think we need to talk about personalized planning. Why should it just be aggregate planning? Why should it be just city level planning, right? We can get to personalized planning. In fact, I don't know if Rama has joined today, but I remember a conversation with Rama some time back where we said many of these cities actually have 1,000, 2,000 zones, right? And when we talk about OD matrix, you're talking about a 1,000 by 1,000 matrix or a 2,000 by 2,000 matrix. And in fact, Rama told me that the number of trips are lesser than the cells in the matrix, right? So it may actually be mathematically better for me to consider each trip separately rather than aggregate it into form of matrix, because there's a lot of zeros there. It's a sparse matrix, right? So, but we need to constantly ask these questions and challenge ourselves. I think the other question was about perception engineering, right? We watch these movies with kids, right? We think it's a kid's movie, but there is so much of wisdom that's there in these movies, right? I'm reminded of the Lego movie, right? And there is this thing called Taco Tuesday. Right? So you kind of condition everybody to believe everything is awesome, right? And we need to think through these things. We can get to personalized level, get feedback from every commuter. How was your trip today, right? What can be done to improve it? And if you get 1 crore messages today to Kumta from every commuter, we can use LLMs, we can use NLP to analyze that and come up with immediate solutions for changing tomorrow or the next week, right? So we need to challenge ourselves to ask these questions. We don't have to do the way we've been doing things for the last 40, 50 years, right? We can, have a new paradigm. So just some thoughts on what Niranjana had shared.
Absolutely. I will not speak. I think golden word was just said. So we are human beings. We can sense. If we can share those insights, I think now it's possible to aggregate them, listen to every insight every human being is saying, and actually make decisions. So some of the traditional methods of trying to sense and put it in a grid and aggregate and all those, I think they'll slowly get obsolete. Absolutely. Thank you. On that note, it was phenomenal. I'd like to thank all the panelists and thank you for sharing this insights. So my objective is to take this forward. with all the participants, and hopefully we can make progress to get some small steps, like baby steps, like Ramki was saying, and move forward, and also make it available and unlock this data for the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I think this session gave us the perfect closing blueprint for the entire summit. We owe a huge thank you to Manish for this brilliantly anchoring this complex discussion. And for tying all these diverse perspectives together. Through his steering, we saw exactly how the massive network analytics from Rahul at Reliance Jio and the precision geospatial intelligence from Vinod at TomTom provide the raw fuel for modern transit. But data alone isn't enough, and Albert showed us how Kumta integrates those pipelines for unified metropolitan-wide planning. And Professor Bhargava again grounded us in the academic rigors needed to model human behavior safely, while Ravi from ADB beautifully scaled these innovations into bankable, sustainable public transport infrastructure. From data infrastructure and telecom to governance, academia, and global development, this is the collaborative ecosystem that I'm sure you are envisaging, you both. We bring Day 3 and this summit to an official, this part of the panel discussion to an official close. Over to lunch, and would you like to share a few words?
To recognize
yes, let's
our
recognize.
panelists, right?
Yes.
So, and of course our moderator as well. Yes. Manish, Albert, I'd like to recognize you. Hillel, I think you're also recognized. We went through this yesterday. So, we'll take care of the gentleman first. Yep. Albert? Okay. Manish, we're really looking forward to more field work. Really, really much. Deep insights. I'm so happy to hear your talk.
Glad to have continued attendance on day 3.
So lunch is going to be at the annex dining hall, while the desserts will be in the exhibition hall, right? So that we all get to the exhibition hall, see all the displays there. The afternoon session is going to be, we're going to have a couple of short talks to get started. So those talks will happen here in this hall, right? The 2 o'clock and 2:15. The talks will happen here. So the first half hour from 2 to 2:30 is going to be in the TTJ. From 2:30 onwards, we'll be in the exhibition hall, all right? Thank you. Please join for lunch.
Nice.
Yeah.
டிஸ்ப்ளே பண்ணாத அப்படியே விண்டோஸ் எல்ல கொடுத்துரு விண்டோ லாக் ஆகிடும் அவ்வளோதான் விடு
ஆனால் இது வந்து ஆன்லைன் இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஆஃப் ஆகிடும்
எங்க
சார்ஜ் போட்டு இருந்தாலும் இப்போ விண்டோ லாக் பண்ணிட்டு போட்டு வச்சுக்கோ ஆஃப் ஆகிடும்
எங்க
சடன் ஆகிடும் இது சார்ஜ் நிற்காது
சார்ஜ் போட்டுக்கோ
இது லேப்டாப் மட்டும் இங்கே வச்சுக்கலாமா
இங்க வைக்க பிரச்சனை இல்லை அங்க எத்தனை கூட போட்டுக்கோ
சரி பார்த்துட்டு
ஓடி மூட் பண்ணலையா
திடீர்னு ஏதாவது பேசுவாங்க
நான் ஒரே ஃபோட்டோ போட்டு அங்கே
ஓகே ஓகே இது ஒரே நிமிஷம்
லேப்டாப் இருக்கட்டும்
நான் இங்கே முன்னாடி எடுத்து வச்சுக்கிறேன் ஏதாச்சும் ஆயிடும்
இல்லை ஃபோட்டோ கொண்டு இருக்கட்டும்ன்றேன்
ஃபோட்டோக்கா ஓகே
ரெண்டு சைடில் இருந்து ஒன்று இந்த சைடு
Welcoming everybody. We have the virtual audience as well. I see Mr. Manu Iyer has joined online. We need a couple of minutes, so we're expecting a few more people trickling in post lunch. Just bear with us.
Okay. Flight maybe இதுல கன்சல்ட் பண்ணும்போது எதிரானீங்க நான் வந்து பேனலோட சேர்த்து போட்டுருந்தேன் சரி ஓகே
கண்ணாடி சொன்னா அப்புறம் கண்ணு தெரியும் லேப்டாப் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டே பிபிடி இது மட்டும் இதை எடுத்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் அடுத்ததுக்குள்ளது வேற ஸ்லைட் போயிடும்
இது அழுத்து வந்துடும் இது அழுத்து அதெல்லாம் ஒரு அழுத்து இதுக்கப்புறம் ஆன் டாப்
ஆமா இது மட்டும் வச்சுட்டு
அது இருக்கட்டும் உங்கள்கிட்ட நான் பார்த்துக்கிறேன் மற்றதெல்லாம் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி போயிடும் அதான் இது ரெண்டும் இருக்கட்டும் இதுவும் இன்னும் ஒன்றும் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி அதுதான் ப்ரெசென்ட் ஆகிருக்கும் பிபிடி மாற்றணும்
இல்ல பரவாயில்ல இது டேக் சம் டைம் இல்ல இல்ல கொஞ்சம் இப்போ நெக்ஸ்ட் டாக்
இவர் பிரசன்ட் பண்ணுவாரு
ஆமா இது கொஞ்ச நேரம் ஆகும் அவ்வளோ இல்லை எனக்கும் 15 minutes தான் நினைக்கிறேன் இல்ல அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அந்த something is happening with the Mintathon people. Yes, yes. We're just waiting for the Mintathon folks to also join here. Welcome back, everyone. As we head into the final stretch of day 3 here at the MInT Summit, let's take a look. Over the last 3 days, we've looked at the future of smart transportation through the lenses of data, governance, and a brilliant academic modeling structure. But as we look to scale these mobility for 1 billion, innovations, there's one crucial element that bridges the gap between early stage research and commercial reality, and that is a strategic long-term capital. To take us into our next segment, we are incredibly fortunate to have a leader who spends his days finding backing and scaling the next gen of deep tech and frontier innovations. Let's put our hands together and give a warm MInT Summit style welcome to the general partner at Blue Hill Ventures, Mr. Manu Iyer.
Yeah, hi everyone. I hope you can hear me. Could someone acknowledge? Okay, perfect. I see someone with the thumbs up. Okay, pleasure to be here today. I see a very small slice of the audience, but hopefully there are more of you there. I'll give you a quick background about myself, the fund, and then we'll have a general chat about investment in mobility in India. What are the things that we are seeing in mobility in India today as a fund. Quick background about myself. I'm an electrical engineer from IIT Madras. Have sat in this auditorium many times. Did my electrical engineering 2001 to 2005 BTech. And for those of you who are familiar, I was in Saras. After my MBA and then stints in finance, actually started my investment journey by investing in a bunch of IIT Madras companies at IIT Madras Research Park. Was early seed investor in quite a few companies at IIT Madras RP, including companies like Detect and Planus and Pibeam. Started my investment journey there. This fund itself is about 2 years old. It's a 400 crore fund. We're investing anywhere from about $1 million to $2 million in a first check in ideas that are driven by IP. The idea here being that the focus of the fund is on intellectual property in either engineering or science. The thought process around it is focusing on spaces like energy, clean tech, space, defense, material science, semiconductors. Pretty much, while this is not a comprehensive list, pretty much anything that has an IP moat around it, we are okay to evaluate and look at from an investment perspective. Like I said, we can do up to $2 million in a first check and write up to $4 million in a follow-on check. The history of, I've been investing in the mobility space quite actively over many years. In fact, I've done 7 investments in the broad EV energy mobility space, including, in the battery cell, charging, EV OEM. I've done a couple of EV OEMs across the bike and even the tractor space. And so I've seen a fair bit of evolution, specifically in the EV space over the last 7-8 years. And, we're at a sort of an inflection point when it comes to general investment in deep tech, a little bit of an inflection point when it comes to investment in the broader EV space. There have been a lot of things that have happened over the years. Some of these failures in that space, I think fraud in EV set back the broader ecosystem a fair bit. Likes of the Blue Smart and all happening ended up turning down interest for EVs and mobility for a fair bit for a lot of people. And today, the performance of our very own Ather in the public markets post listing, I think they were undervalued when they listed, but post listing, the market has really appreciated what Ather has delivered. And I think this is a super case in point. We had Ola Electric, which went to market first, listed, put the cart before the horse, proverbially. And, people figured out over time that the product is poor. People figured out over time that, a lot of the stuff that they're saying is made up. compared to something like an Ather where, they've been under the radar for a long time. People have not appreciated, the product itself. EV, I think, see, unfortunately, the space has been, tainted by a fair few bad actors, quote unquote. And in that process, what has ended up happening is that there's been a violent reaction, people just moving towards the Bajajes and TVSs of the world purely because of how bad an Ola Electric was, and some of the other integrators, right? EV being relatively simple, right? A battery management system, a motor controller. The rest of the vehicle is off the shelf, right? You have some plastics, you have a chassis, and pretty much everything else you can buy off the shelf. And the real tech is only in these 4 parts of it. And even those 4 parts, everyone brought from China, 48-volt drivetrain, 72-volt drivetrain. You had a motor off the shelf, and motor and MC came off the shelf, battery and, BMS came off the shelf. Then what was left, right? For the longest time, given that this is a mobility summit, and given that there is, focus on things like, EV OEM, I'm sure all of you know, let's take the example of a Hero Electric, right? In the context of, all the mess that was there in this ecosystem, right? Hero Electric had claimed FAME subsidy for, years and years, some close to 350, I think 400 crores of FAME subsidy without actually doing any work locally in India. They brought a vehicle 100% from China. It was a kit. They put the sticker on the vehicle, called it Hero Nix, and sold it. And then when the government woke up one fine day and said, hey, what about the localization part? And these guys had to suddenly scramble, and then the company went bankrupt. A lot of people don't realize the Hero Nix was the workhorse of EV delivery ecosystem for the longest time. It was, the Indica or Indigo of, our Uber equivalent. There used to be another guy who was selling the exact same product called the Jitendra. It used to be sold in Gujarat. Exact same product, right? It was just the sticker was different. And so for a long time, the ecosystem has, there's been integrators who have been pretending to be EV OEMs, and without actually building any tech, just being first to the market, being faster to the market, and trying to take advantage of the momentum that came from being there. But today, we are all noticing that the market is over time, and it's taken a fair amount of time. The public markets have rewarded an Ather significantly after listing versus an Ola Electric. And Ola Electric has been caught in scam after scam, making up numbers, This was and for those of you who are technical in the audience, and I'm assuming most of you are, Ola Electric had put a vehicle on the road without doing DFM for India, right? They just sold the vehicle. They acquired a company from Holland and sold it in India, just so that they are first to the market and they have, the claim that they can do that. Similar, I want to think there's similar such strategy when it comes to their cell manufacturing story that is also panning out now in the middle of Krutrim and whatever else is happening. But having said that, we are at the heartland of, core research. We are at IIT Madras. So, for us, the focus is on technology. The focus is on, what makes us stand out, on, a tech moat and an IP moat. The likes of an, Ather, Exponent have really set the tone for the broader ecosystem. So what has happened, and again, I'm skipping a few years in between, but today, because of the performance of Ather in the broader market, there's a lot more interest back in the EV, OEM ecosystem. There's a fair bit of people who are looking at the ecosystem and saying, hey, there is an opportunity for us to make a decent multiple on our investment if we find the right bet and we are able to back them, vis-a-vis some of these others. And I think that's where the opportunity lies today. The fact that there is now investor interest that is coming back into the broader, EV ecosystem. And again, right, I understand this is a broader mobility conference, but, just to cover the basis on the EV side of things, I think there's now a fair amount of interest from the broader VC community and family office community to see that, hey, I can make a decent return on an investment in this space. And I think that's a great place to be from where we were, where there was zero trust in the broader ecosystem and where there wasn't clarity that there could be money made from investments here. And I think we're in a good place. There is interesting stuff happening. I think the higher powered, larger vehicles, I think, is a white space today. Tractors, there's a fair amount of interest in the broader EV space. Higher voltage drivetrains, obviously, as you go to higher powered motors, you need to start building at higher voltage. So these, 400 plus voltage drivetrain, 800 volt drivetrain, fair number of people are starting to look at opportunities into, trucks, into tractors, high torque systems. There is interest there. We'd have recently seen some investments in an EV tractor company called Moonrider out of Bangalore. There's a company called AutoNext in Bombay, Thana. Fair amount of traction. In fact, AutoNext I'm an investor in, and they've gotten large orders from the broader industry, and they're actually delivering into the market. So there seems to be interest coming back here and clear visibility as to how an investor see the fundamental thing for an investor always is, okay, if I put in my money today, what is the exit for me, right? I think, and that's an important lens that all of you who are looking at startups or who are looking to start a startup or build on your entrepreneurial journey have to be aware of, is that if you take an investor's money, you are on a clock, right? There is a short clock that is running. You have the responsibility to return that money back to your investor. I have that same responsibility as a fund manager. Today I have multiple investors, and I am now liable. I am now responsible, answerable to the investors, or what they call limited partners in my fund. You're answerable to them, and that is something that everyone has to keep a thought process on, keep track of. So the thing that anyone who's putting in money into your entrepreneurial journey, your company, is, okay, in 5, 6, 7, 8 years, what exit am I going to get? How much am I going to make an exit on, right? And that's something that even if you don't have clarity today, it's something that you as an entrepreneur getting started off should think about. It's super critical. It's always helpful to, think about it today, because that just sets your mind space that, okay, this is not my money. I have to, give a return. I'm underwriting to my investors that I will give them a return on it, and it will set the context. Taking on an investor comes with a lot of responsibility. In fact, as an investor, I will tell you, if you are not up for it, you should, and you have better ways to do it, you should probably not take an investor at all, right? If, you have close friends today, and, I say this in every conference that I speak at, or, every startup event that I'm invited to, today is the best time to be a startup founder in India, right? The amount of money that is floating in the ecosystem is unbelievable, right? I've seen IIT Madras ecosystem, the research park ecosystem being built 7, 8 years back, 10 years back, when there wasn't this amount of money available. Today, every institution of note can give you a grant. Every institution of note can invest. An IIT Madras research park can invest. There is an in-house fund today. Every other fund is today a deep tech fund of some sort. The RDI program is available. 1 lakh crore that is being made available to funds like myself and to startups. TDB is giving you low cost, debt. Today they're giving you debt at 4% simple interest, right? Absolutely unheard of. The government is saying, we want you to build tech, sovereign tech. We're tired of, tech being imported from outside India, for multiple reasons. One of the biggest ones being that, the outflow of dollars is something that is, of big concern. But obviously, given the geopolitical situation. And I'm sure all of you are aware that geopolitical situation is extremely fluid, right? As of this morning, the world is back at war for whatever, if we were ever not at war, we are back at war again, right? And the markets are reacting to that. And, there's been missile attacks in, Tehran and whatnot, right? And just 2 weeks back, there was an MOU signing with much fanfare. So given that there is a huge amount of geopolitical instability, it makes a lot of sense for us to focus on building our own tech in-house here in India for local consumption. Whether it's simple things like motors, whether it is more complicated things like rare earth free motors, the broader battery pack ecosystems today, I think there are a lot of people building, and cell is something that I think will take a lot more time to, build in meaningful scale. Battery chemistry, a lot of people are working on multiple parts of the battery chemistry ecosystem. Chargers, very interesting companies. The majority of the guys building chargers, and when I say building, quote unquote building, majority of them are integrators. They're building the dabbas that hold the, broader circuitry, but, the chargers, the actual tech inside is being imported. And today there are a fair few companies who are trying to do that. If you look even deeper into this, things like rectifiers, there's a big opportunity to start building the rectifiers in India. Good companies were, the competition in this space is, going to someone like an ABB. Okay, ABB sells, I think one of the more reputed guys in the space selling these 60 kilowatt DC fast chargers. Now, the challenge with ABB, for example, the service is a global service network. So if you run into problems, and see, these are chargers that face the elements in India, and the elements in India are extremely difficult, high touch, rough elements. There are vandals, there is weather, there is the sun, there is moisture, there is, people digging the road around the charger, people trying to make a quick buck by, selling parts of the charger, cutting the wire and, selling the copper. And every time you raise a service ticket with ABB, it goes globally. It is not done. There isn't a service loop that completes within India, and it's a 15 to 20 day process. So therein, there is a huge opportunity to build out a good charging ecosystem of local guys who are building the tech locally. We have fantastic power electronics engineers. It's about now building 30, 60, 120, 240, multi-gun systems, multiplex from, 240 into 4-gun systems or 2-gun systems. And there are people building that. I think there's a huge opportunity to build out the infra that, is needed. Today we have some 35,000 odd chargers, maybe 20,000 of those are DC. There is an opportunity to make it 5-6x of that, given the scaling that is happening in that space. So a lot of interesting stuff happening in that space. Interesting guys who are also building in the, architecture of cells. And I think that's a more fundamental idea that, you could think through. The current cell architecture, the cylindrical cell architecture or the prismatic architecture is, 25 years old, right? The chemistry has changed in the interim, but broadly, the architecture itself is significantly older. Today, there are people who are trying to architect it differently, right? Can I increase, the amount of, active energy contributing components within the cell, right? Today, if that is 70% of the cell is, energy generating, can I push that up to 90%? And, there are ideas around that. So I think given the focus of all these funds in deep tech, I'm sure all of you are aware of the RDI, story. Is anyone, assuming all of you guys are tracking that space, that is now devolving money into funds like myself, right? We can take money from that to invest into deep tech. And then they are giving money into TDB, and then they're giving money into BIRAC in order to devolve it into startups as low-cost loans. Now, every fund in India today is in some way or the other saying we'll also do deep tech, because they are saying that this RDI money could be, brought into their own kitty as, an investment into their own fund. And therefore, what is happening is that everyone is looking for opportunities to invest in deep tech. And it's a great time for you to go and sell your ideas, sell your startups, and raise money from, multitude of the funds that are now saying they are, investing in quote unquote deep tech, right? And that covers a very broad gamut of the space, whether it's the physical AI part of it, whether it is talking about generally intelligence in the broader mobility, intelligence in the battery management systems, in broader mobility, OR, the planning side of it as well. So there is a fair amount of capital. It's a great time to go out and raise money from investors like me. Multiple avenues exist today. The other interesting part in mobility, and kind of keeping with the broader mobility and not just EV energy, I think there's a lot of interest in the eVTOL space that is currently happening. I am a little skeptical about eVTOL in the context of India. I think there's a fair amount of comfort that has to unlock into the government, into security, into how the large battery packs that are flying above your head can be regulated in a safe way, right? In India, given how security apparatus and given how some of these things work, anything that is flying overhead is a giant risk. That too at relatively low altitudes compared to, let's say, aircraft, for example. But I think in a place like Dubai, in a place like, the broader West, or in the Indian context, outside of the city to outside of the city, right? If you look at, let's say, 30 kilometers outside of Chennai to, 30 kilometers outside of Bangalore, in a defined path, I think there is a decent opportunity to start building out on that. A lot of you would have seen Sarla Aviation, for example, have raised, $10, $12 million for an eVTOL story. There's a, in IIT Madras, there is E-Plane company, multiple people, Blue Jay, Logix Air in the, logistics space in eVTOL. There's a fair amount of work that is happening in that space. It'd be interesting to see, at least in the Indian context, who gets into product before who's going to be the first person to really address that market, who's going to get the rights from the government or the approvals from the government and DGCA and the likes of them to operate in India. I think there's a fair amount of work that is happening in that space, and I think that's an interesting space given the broader mobility story to keep a track of. The other interesting space, and it's much more interesting for me. I had a chance to visit the Boring company about in November of last year in Texas. We had a chance to meet Elon Musk in Starlink, and before that we saw the Boring company. And I think in the context of mobility, the broader Hyperloop story, the tunneling story, there is a lot of work that is happening within the Boring company, for example. And I think there is an interesting cohort of startups that are thinking through how to build out on mobility. Generally on land, as we see it, it's 2-dimensional travel, whereas in air, it is 3-dimensional travel. And I think Musk has for the longest time been talking about making travel on ground also 3-dimensional. If we can have, let's say, 3 levels of roads that exist, right? I think the flyover in general adds, or supposedly adds, that 1 level of 3-dimensionality. Can I make that underground? Can I do 3-4 levels of loop around that? And the very interesting part of that, I think, is the significant lowering of cost in tunneling. Right, the thing that a boring company has achieved, and I think they started off with their own test beds in Austin, but today they've completed the Las Vegas Convention Center. They've completed that. And Professor Geeta, please let me know. I'm not clear on the timing, so you let me know whenever I.
Yeah. I think we were planning more like 15-20 minutes, Manu, so I think
Okay, so we'll wrap up in like a minute.
Yeah.
So,
I think that was great overview that you've given us. Maybe we'll have time for only a couple of questions. I'll just
we can do that.
Yeah. So maybe are there any questions from especially the startup teams that are here? Yeah. Mohan has a question there.
Hello. Thanks for the overview, Mr. Manu Iyer.
I can't hear, by the way, sorry, if someone is talking.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Very feebly, but okay, go ahead.
So my question is, you covered a lot of points on the mobility and the startup ecosystem in India, and from startups to the big OEMs. So I would like to understand from you, what is your thought process on marine mobility in India? Thank you.
That's a great question. I think there is a significant interest in the marine mobility space as well. I think I've seen at least a couple of companies in the broader at least IIT Madras ecosystem, and I think that's an untouched space. Like I said, I will reiterate, anything in deep tech in India in the next few years will get funded one way or the other. So it's again, I will reiterate that it's a great time to be out in the market and talking to investors. There are tons of people who are looking to invest in tech, and it's a great time to be having conversations. Marine is and it's quite literally blue ocean. And I think it would be very interesting to see ideas in that space. I myself would be interested to have conversations if there is an interesting idea. Before we go on to the next question, please do reach out to me on LinkedIn. It's just my name, Manu Iyer, Blue Hill VC. Would be happy to connect and hear about what you guys are building.
Yeah, we had one more question.
Yeah. Hi everyone. So thanks, Manu.
Can you stand up so that he recognizes you?
Hey, hi everyone. So thanks, Manu, for your valuable insights. So
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah. Hi, Manu. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. So one question I had was, suppose you're evaluating the startups for their scalability and performance. So what metrics would you consider in your personal journey? Like, how would you do it?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So see, for us, the lens is very interesting and slightly different from most other funds. For us, the focus is on tech and IP, right? So for me, the first reading when I'm talking to a founder or a potential startup for me is, what is the tech? What is the IP? How is this different from what is being built elsewhere? Trying to get to the ground, understanding of that. But on a general front, I think everyone is evaluating the founder and the founder quality, right? Is this guy in it for the long term? Is this guy the guy who can fight, who can persevere, who can, stick with this journey through the thick and thin? Because see, the thing that you have to understand, and see, I think less people understand it today versus, 10 years back, is that people think today startups are sexy, right? It's become, okay, everyone wants to do a startup of some sort. I think people don't realize how difficult, how much of energy, how draining a startup is, and how much of commitment it requires, right? And that is something that everyone is evaluating in every conversation. Every investor is thinking, will this guy be there through the thick and thin? You have to knock on 100 doors to find that one investor that will invest in you, right? It doesn't mean you are wrong, right? There are the best of investors have made mistakes and missed out on, the best of investments, right? But all you need to do, and which is why there are, hundreds of funds out there, you have different theses, you have different ideas, you have different interests. So you only have to keep knocking, you have to be perseverant. The other part of it is an ability to take feedback and pivot fairly quickly, right? And which is why generally a VC investor will take 2, 3, 4 months to, come to a decision, is they are interacting with you, learning about how you are behaving, looking at your, minutiae in your interactions and trying to figure out that, okay, this guy can take feedback, this guy will listen. I mean, and obviously, right, it's your company. You're not coming in and saying, hey, I'm giving you technical inputs, right? I'm coming in and trying to give you feedback in our areas of expertise, which is more on, the business and the fundraising and go to market side of it. And, that's contextual. So are you able to take and incorporate feedback, maybe pivot if things are not going well? Those are the things that, generic things that every investor is looking for and trying to optimize for.
Thank you. I think we don't have time for follow-up questions now because the next session is ready to start. But Manu, thank you so much, for taking the time out. I know you're traveling, so thank you. Really appreciate it. We have a small gift hamper. Maybe I'll hand it over next time we meet up. Right? We
definitely.
Yeah, we sincerely appreciate the time you've given to all the teams here, and I think we've shared a small deck about all these startups. If you find any of them interesting, do let us know, and then I'll connect you with the teams. Right? So they'd be very
definitely.
Happy to,
Thanks, Professor, and yeah, like I said, please feel free to reach out. LinkedIn is the easiest way. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Manu. Thanks a lot. Let's give a round of applause to Manu Iyer. Thank you. The Bosch team has arrived at the exhibition hall. I request Manish also to join us at the exhibition hall. Our next session is going to be the Mintathon finale, right? So all the teams are here today, and they're all very eager to show you what they've built over the last 6 months or so. Please join in for that session and interact with the teams. What we'll request is at a given time, only one team talks because the Bosch team will be there. They'd want to listen to you. If all of us are continuously talking to each other, it'll be a bit of a chaos in that small room, right? So we'll go one team, about 5 minutes to each team. You present what you have, then the next team, and so on. We'll have more time during coffee break, right? Yeah, the next presentation by Mohan will also happen in the exhibition hall, right? Because we are out of time, right? So we'll have time during coffee break and afterwards also, right? To interact more with all the teams, right? So I request all the teams to start, making their way back to the exhibition hall. And the virtual participants No, the virtual participants, I think you can follow on YouTube. It'll be streaming there, right? I think the Zoom link may also be active. But on YouTube, it will be streaming. There's a roving camera, which will capture what the teams are presenting there. So you can join in through that, right? So please go ahead, make your way back to the exhibition hall. We'll see you all there. Thank you.
மேலே வச்சிடலாம் ஒட்ட முடியல ஒட்ட முடியல ஒட்டாது இதில் போட்டு அதை கொடுத்துட முடியாது சரி இப்போ நீங்கள் இன்னொன்று இதில் மாட்டீங்க தலைவர் இங்கே பாருங்க இங்கே வச்சிட்டேன் ஜஸ்ட் மாட்டிட்டேன் வயரில் மாட்டிடுறவா வருது வயரில் மாட்டணும் அது மேலே வைக்க முடியாது கிளிப் விட்டு இல்லாட்டி ஒயர் போட்டு வைக்கணும் ஏதாவது ஒரு ஒயரை தொங்க விட்டு அதில் கிளிப் மாட்டணும் அந்த ஒயரை போடுங்க கிளிப் போட்டு இதில் போட்டுடலாம் தலைவர் ஆனால் இழுக்கக்கூடாது இழுக்க விட்டாரான்னு கேளுங்க
Okay. Yeah. Now that's good. Thanks. Yeah.
கிளிப் மாட்டேன்
இப்படியா?
அவ்வளோதான் சொன்னாமா?
Okay.
ஓகே பாருங்க.
So, very good afternoon to all. Right. We are actually the end of the 2.5 day, MInT Summit. But this is something that we've been preparing for the last 6 months or so, right? And this is the really exciting part for us because the teams that we kind of nurtured, right, over the last 6 months, they're all here to demonstrate what they have done, right, in the last 6 months. So it's really amazing, what the startup journey does to people, right? In fact, I think if you do a startup within a year, it's equivalent to doing a 2-year full-time MBA program and more, right? And so that's the journey that all of these teams have embarked on. So we had a session with who is an investor earlier for the startup teams to get an idea about the investor perspective, right? That's something that we had, and we also thought it'll be great for a successful entrepreneur to come and speak to all of you, right? So we have today with us Mohan, right? Mohan is the founder of Zera Robotics, and when we talk about those big startups like Google, starting from the car garage, right? Mohan's startup is something like that. Okay, so if you drive about 45 kilometers north of Chennai, right, you end up in a small town, and in a small garage there, Mohan started his work, right? And but the products he builds today are shipped worldwide, right? It's amazing. And what he, yeah. So, one of the things about, startup, we always think we are obsessed about what we are developing, right? We think what we've developed is the best product and so on, right? But something that's very important for a startup founder is to also be flexible, adaptable, right? Mohan will definitely talk about that as well, through his process how he had to adapt, and he had to keep improvising, learning, right? Come up with new innovation, right? So with those few words, I hand it over to Mohan to inspire the rest of the teams here to take up entrepreneurship. Mohan, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Geeta, for encouragement and introduction, actually. So as Sir mentioned, so I run a company called Zero Robotics, and we are focusing on underwater exploration. So in our Earth, probably the least explored frontier, everyone will name it as space, but actually it's our underwater world. The reason is, so we have constellation of satellites to know every square meter of our Earth, and there are radars for giving land-based intelligence, and even we have vast telescope to look back into few light years in space. But even though Earth is blessed with 70% of Earth is covered with water, we explored only 20% of it actually. So that's because the lack of exploration technologies, and also there is a gap between that exploration giving us the blue economy utilization actually. So why we are doing ocean exploration is because, see, 90% of Earth's heat is stored in the water. So that defines our monsoon. There are southwest monsoons in India, probably El Nino. Currently, Europe is facing. All these problems is dependent on the underwater, the ocean water's temperature, and almost 80% of volume by trade is happening across the oceans. And internet traffic internationally, 95% of using underwater optic cables, the internet connectivity is there. So ocean is giving us a lot of resources where 600 million people, the livelihood is dependent on the ocean resources itself in the globe. So from providing oceans, by connecting individuals, and by determining how we operate, so everything is depends on the ocean. So what we do in ocean exploration is that we are making underwater exploratory robots. So these are the robots actually currently we are developing. So the three verticals are, first, the underwater robots might be categorized into two different ways. So one is tethered robot, which is called as remotely operated vehicle. So we want to explore more, and so we have decided to work on a system where it is not tethered, so that we can able to deploy our robots to vast oceans. So currently today we are making exploratory missions from surface of the water to almost 6,000 meter underwater. So that much of scale we have been making these robots actually. I will explain one by one. The first robot is the swarm robot, where we are given to the Ministry of Earth Science to explore and for mineral explorations, as well as coral study and a lot of underwater ecosystem inspections, surveillance missions, that these robots will be deployed in swarm, and we can able to collect all these informations actually. And the other particular underwater autonomous vehicle is fully made by Zero Robotics with the context of autonomous docking. So we want to eliminate the dependency of manual intervention. So since the oceans are vast, we want non-human intervention in anywhere of this underwater ecosystem. So we have made an underwater docking station where these robots will dock autonomously, and and we have introduced a technology called wireless and contactless charges. So these robots will be 24 by surveillance in the water with full charge, and with every 3 hours we will be getting live transmissions of the robot feed and all. Because the major challenge in underwater is that there will be no GPS. So once we deploy it, we will lose the communication. We don't know where the robot is. So it requires utmost precision in terms of developing these robots, and that being the major reason where the exploration is still 20% of it. And by likely this year we will be deploying all these across the Andamans and the Bay of Bengal area to work on especially the coral study. And the last particular robot is called the Grillator robot, and this is one of the interesting product where the Indian government is building Samudrayan. Actually, it's called Matsya 6000 vehicle. It's one of the manned underwater vehicle. So only 5 countries in the globe have made it. So this particular robot will be integrated with that Samudrayan, so that when it reaches the surface of the ocean, so this robot will be integrated to it, and so this robot will especially designed for seabed exploration. So it will reach out to the seabed, it will drill, and it will do multiple versatile applications to retrieve the underwater samples. So this is one of the critical robot for the underwater Samudrayan missions that we have done actually. So while working on the robots, it's very important that we as a Zera, we want to indigenize most of the things. If you can look on our robot and all the subsystems, so majority of the components are, we don't want to be dependent on the abroad nations. So we have now indigenized 5 critical elements. So in all the underwater vehicles, this from underwater cameras, lights, and as I mentioned, underwater wireless charger, and the simulators and the control systems. These are the 5 major things that we have already indigenized and integrated to multiple underwater vehicles actually. So we have 12 plus patents, 5 plus international partners, and we are working with 4 plus public sector units from National Institute of Ocean Technology, and there is a Jawaharlal Nehru port that we are closely working with, and there are some shipbuilding PSUs as well. We are working closely. And this year, Zera is also selected in India and Australia mission. So we are one of the 10 companies that have been selected to where the government is introducing our technologies in Australia as well. So next month we will be launching our product there as well. And we are also having a few of our vertical in the mobility space. So this is very interesting. The mobility ecosystem in India is emerging, but the marine industry mobility is recently getting picking up its pace. It's very in initial stage, but we have taken that opportunity since we are more into marine, so we understand how the system works, the manufacturing level, technology level. It should not be corrosion, so we should understand the ocean more. So this gives us a opportunity to implement our solution across from Yamuna River. We have implemented India's first electric cruise systems, that is works on Zera's propulsion system. From there to Kerala backwaters, so multiple places we have implemented it, and we have started this mobility in last 6-8 months. But we have now yearly 86,000 of liters of fuel that we are saving. That is 200 tons of CO2 emissions yearly that we are reducing actually. That is almost equal to 10,000 of trees required to absorb that amount of carbon emissions. So here we are fighting against the tide. It's because in India they have a subsidy for fuel. If someone is having a boat, they will be getting a subsidy for the fuel, but they will not be getting any subsidy for the electric systems. So it's a very initial stage, and the sector needs to be evolved. So, but even though it's still that the technology adoptions across different states, we have managed to implement this, and by working on these systems this year, we have already collaborated with Cochin Shipyard. Now Zera and Cochin Shipyard are indigenously working to build customized propulsion systems for the ships of Cochin Shipyard, from INS Vikramaditya or warships or commercial ships that Cochin Shipyard is building. We are closely working with them to build that entire propulsion system indigenously. So that will be one of the huge, in terms of commerciality, in terms of indigenization, it can be a great push for the overall adoption of marine technologies globally, as we are working with the Cochin Shipyard on this vertical. And another one interesting vertical is that in Australia, I was mentioning, so combining our underwater propulsion and mobility, so we are launching the hydrofoil boat, so which means that the propeller will be underwater and the boat will be on the air without the boat will not have any contact with the water. It will be like flying. So it's called the flying boat. So that we are likely to introduce in next couple of months. We already have a purchase order from Australia. We will be exporting that within this December. So that can be one of the huge potential for unlocking the marine mobility in India. So these are some of our clients. We work with some of the forest departments, environmental organizations, and PSUs, as I mentioned. Several tourism departments we have already collaborated in utilizing our technology. So this is about the glimpse what we are exactly doing at Zira. And by this, I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohun. Let's give a round of applause to Mohun. On behalf of the team, I want to ask a couple of questions, right? So, see, I mean, when people are deciding their career, right, they have to take up a job. That's the pressure that usually they have. And then there is this option to do a startup, right? You would have also been in that crossroad at one point in time. What made you decide, to do the startup, not take up a job like everyone else?
Well, it's my professor. Like, I was studying my master's in Sydney, so that's where I am more connected with the marine ecosystem and all. We are doing some kind of projects. So we had a professor called Mr. Peter Davison. So he's the first investor in PayPal and all. So unfortunately, I met him. He kind of advised me a lot. So I took that seriously. But in a serious level, we want to make an impact actually. So by working on this startup, so naturally we are engineers, right? So we are now putting our shoes to think like entrepreneurs. So how this technology is important and how much impact we can create. So we kind of visioned that. So now we are working on this actually. So that's how the direction came.
Great. I think so. That's the first decision that as entrepreneurs we have to make. So you had a push from somebody, right? Great. Now the other question is 0 to 1. They keep talking about this, right? It's a tough period for any entrepreneur, right? Could you share any thoughts from what happened in your initial journey from going from 0 to 1? What took you to 1, right? Or some advice for others as they embark on this journey, right? What they should keep in mind.
Yeah, from even from Zera, so from 0 to 1, it was a journey where we were working inside a lab for so much of time. So after that, we started interacting with a lot of clients, understand their pain points. So that made us 0 to 1 in much quicker and much right direction actually. So we have to work along with the clients. So to solve their problems, and if it's economically viable for them, then there will be scale. So now we have done that 0 to 1. We have validated all of our technologies. So from 1 to next scale up, we are proceeding on that actually.
Thank you, Mohun. I think truly inspirational, right? We appreciate you taking the time to be here with all of us, right, and sharing your journey. And I hope some of the teams here, right, also embark on this journey, and maybe in a couple of years' time, one of you would be here presenting your success story, right, to the teams.
Sure, sir. I would definitely congratulate each and every team here and wishing everyone the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I request Professor Ramki to hand over a small, token of appreciation to Mohun for taking the time.
I really think just a couple of words about Mohun before we do this, right? Mohun actually was kind of pinging me for 2 years. Okay, please, come and visit me at my workshop, right? And I was very diligently ignoring him, right? So, but at one point, his persistence was so great. I said, I have to do this. So when I was visiting India at that time, this was before I joined IIT. So I went and visited his farm, right? And then he and his co-founder, Muni, I don't know whether Muni is here. His co-founder, Muni, they are from a farming family. All right. So, and his mom, I think she's a single mom, right? At this point in time, right? So she
kind of very simple lady, but she was totally in supportive of her son. Amazing support, not only from everybody in that village for what they did. And it was amazing to see them build fixed wing drones. They had an autonomous vehicle built by hand, which was being driven with a joystick, and we were going around the village, and they were all supporting this endeavor. So I said, I have to do something. So that's when I agreed to mentor Mohan. I mean, it's every time he calls me, there's something new. It's like he and his team, ideas are germinated. How can we make these ideas real? Okay, so the point is, I think for each one of you here, don't let your imagination to be curtailed by anything that you see. There are no limitations. Everything can be done in any place in this world. And definitely you can do it here in Chennai. You can do it in a farm about 50 kilometers outside Chennai. And all you need is you have to have the belief that you can do it. Okay? So thank you, Mohan, and to your team, right?
So I hand it over to Richa now for taking us through the Mintathon event, something that we've all been eagerly waiting for.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So, a very warm welcome to all of you to the final full-scale showcase of Mintathon, being organized as part of the MInT Mobility Summit 2026. So, today marks a very special day for all of us because we are here to celebrate the journey of two parallel Mintathon programs. One is Mintathon for Industry and Students that is supported by Bosch India Foundation, and second one is Mintathon for Startups supported by Iravat Research Foundation. So over the past few months, our team have gone through an incredible journey from identifying real-world mobility challenges, building innovative ideas, developing prototypes, receiving mentorship, and now showcasing their full-scale solution. So their dedication, hard work, and passion for innovation have brought them to this stage today here. So let's have a big round of applause for everyone present here. And special round of applause for our mentors who have guided them to reach here. So today's showcase will be in an open house format. So where our teams will demonstrate their projects, technology approaches, and solutions and potential impact directly at their respective exhibition tables. Before we begin, it's my privilege to welcome and introduce our distinguished guests who have joined us today. So a very warm welcome to Ms. Sakina Baker, Head CSR, Bosch Limited and Bosch India Foundation. Ms. Sakina Baker is a social development professional with over 21 years of experience across corporate and voluntary sectors. She currently heads Bosch India Foundation and leads CSR initiative at Bosch Limited. Prior to Bosch, she has led CSR initiatives across several multinational and Indian corporates and has worked extensively on social development areas including skill development, health, education, disability, and policy advocacy. This is for both national and at international level. Yeah. So she's also a Commonwealth professional and an Aspire Circle Fellow, and her work focuses on strengthening people, communities, and organizations by creating a shared values. So we are truly honored to welcome here, ma'am. Thank you for coming and joining us. And and would like to sincerely thanks to entire Bosch India team for coming and joining us today here. Now I would request Ms. Sakina Baker to join us at the front to receive the token of appreciation and gratitude for providing the support to us. Now I would request ma'am to please come on the stage and say a few words for us.
Thank you so much for having me here. I think it's unfortunate that I have not been able to come here earlier, but my work is such that I am not able to be there everywhere, but fortunately I have a good team who is there whenever it is required. So for us, this particular aspect in CSR is fairly new. I think for 2.5 years before that, we were working mostly on service programs, on skill development extensively, but we had never ventured into creating a platform for supporting innovation and research. But that happened a couple of years earlier when we were actually relooking at our CSR strategy within Bosch and looking at where the strategy is leading to us, mostly after the law was passed. And we were able to understand that while we are working on many spaces, the impact has been created across multiple locations in India, but we are not very much there in the domain where our business is from. So Bosch is a mobility company. So we were not working on certain issues and gaps within the mobility system. And was it the right time for us to venture into it? And that's how we decided that sustainable mobility will become a very big part of our CSR interventions, as well as Bosch India Foundation's interventions within India. So we are glad that we have been able to partner with multiple organizations, including IIT Madras, on this particular aspect, not only in terms of leveraging what you already bring on table with the experience that you have and the way you conduct your programs, but also a learning ground for us and our teams at Bosch in making sure that how do you look at solutions for the mass and how do you encourage such innovative ideas through not only funding, but through other means as well, where Bosch is more than happy to collaborate and invest in the knowledge that it has of past 140 years of existence. So for me, it's a privilege to be here today, to meet all of you, to understand and learn from you and see how bright minds work, and also gain something from here, taking it back to our teams in Bosch and maybe encouraging them as well to look at how we are able to work with the organization, students and young minds, and making sure that we encourage them and through them get encouraged ourselves. So what we do today, what we assess today, what we look at today, and obviously not discouraging what has not got shortlisted here, but at the same time looking at what is the potential that India brings on table, and how much need there is for us to invest in innovation, how much need is there to invest on research so that we are able to make a difference to the country in a positive way. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So along with Sakina ma'am, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Praveen Parihar, Lead Sustainability and Partnership, Bosch India Foundation. Thank you, sir. So Praveen sir has been closely associated with this initiative right from the beginning, from the initial stage of collaboration to today's final full-scale showcase. His continuous guidance, coordination, and support throughout this journey have played an important role in enabling our teams to move from concepts to impactful solutions. So thank you, sir, for coming today here. Yeah. So now we are also happy to welcome from Bosch India Foundation, Mr. Raja, Read Monitoring and Evolution, Mr. Seljan Joseph, Senior Officer, Sustainable Mobility, for joining us today here. Now we are also honored to welcome Mr. Manish Srivastav, CEO of Iravat Research Foundation, AI Center for Excellence for Sustainable Cities. So Mr. Manish Srivastav is a technology leader with 25 years of experience in AI, digital public infrastructure, and building population scale platforms. Mr. Manish Srivastav is a technology leader, and prior to Iravat, he was working with eGov Foundation as a CTO. Also, he has worked 17 years with Infosys in technology leadership roles. So welcome, sir, for joining us today here. Now I would request Manish sir to join us here at stage, and Geeta sir or Ramki sir will felicitate you. Yeah.
Do you want to get a couple of words from Manish?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, thank you, Ramki, thank you, Geeta. Pleasure to be here. I think we've been associated for more than a year or 2 years, a year and a half, yes, with eGov Foundation, and now I'm glad that we are working together through AI Center of Excellence. I just wanted to share a few words of what Iravat is, I think, and how it is relevant to what is happening here as well. So government has set up these 4 AI COEs, primarily looking at what are public use cases of AI in healthcare, education, cities, and agriculture. The one on cities is set up in IIT Kanpur, which is the one that I am heading. There are other centers that are set up across the board. So we've basically set up as a consortium, and we work with various academic partners, also industry partners, etc., to help identify and build on AI use cases. So one of the initiatives that we are running, of course, we are engaged with IIT Madras with on mobility, and hoping to do a lot more work. This was one of the first projects that we are doing with them, where we have helped do this whole Mintathon work, and I'm very glad I've come here before for Mintathon, and I've seen some of the work that you have done, and I'm looking forward to the role. Prior to between Infosys and eGov, I spent 9 years doing 2 startups, so I know how that journey. It's a fulfilling journey. It changes you as an individual, and so I have huge respect that if you guys are taking this path, I have huge respect for all of you, and all the best. Look forward.
Thank you, sir. We also have with us today Mr. Arun from our Chennai Bosch India Foundation team. So welcome, sir. All right. So before we move ahead, we would like to look back at the incredible journey of Mintathon. this time the theme is open for all, and that is AI for safe and sustainable mobility.
Stack called Bharat Multimodal Mobility Stack. And what it has is several pieces of digital public infrastructure and how it will all connect to create the online universe for mobility that can help the nation and society achieve
we are already looking for collaboration with, let's say, Sky India. So Sky is one of the medium which is like quick commerce delivery they are in, which means they are delivering things in 15 minutes and so on. So we are having a reserve kind of queue for these kind of emergency situation. And second, from the tech side, there is priority algorithm and shortest path route.
Our product and AI model accuracy is not too much good. I mean, it is around 85 to 90. We needed more data, and processing all the data and making a good models, we need also a GPU.
Hello everyone, I am Shankar, co-founder IC&SR. We are building a AI-powered hotspot to hotspot shared mobility platform that improves first mile and last mile connectivity for urban areas. In this challenge, we developed iGama.ai, which combines AI-powered computer vision, edge computing, GPS, IME sensors, and GIS analytics to automatically detect, geotag, and monitor road defects and roadside assets. The system provides actionable insights through a centralized dashboard and also enables citizen participation through mobile-based hazard reporting.
Hello everyone, this is Kadir from EVTron. We build intelligent EV charging solutions. Our differentiators are, we are a vertically integrated EV charging company with both hardware and software in-house built.
Thank you, everyone. So now I would request Ms. Sakina Baker, Mr. Manish Srivastav, and Mr. Praveen Parihar to kindly visit the team demonstrating areas and interact with our innovators. Thank you, everyone.
You have a sequence? Yes. Okay. All right. So we'll let you kind of have fun.
So if we will talk about Google Maps now, so Google Maps will really leverage routes based on what's the distance or how much the time that a person is going to take to cover that route. So what we did, we took all the incidents that are happening. Currently it is trained on 72 Chennai locations data. So what we did, we took those data out from those news articles which are available in internet itself. We scraped those and we trained our model such that whenever a person is selecting any destination, so our app will be predicting a safety score out of 5 for every particular route that is available up to that particular destination. Now, in order to make it more interactive, we also have a community insights option as well. Like suppose a person noticed that while he was traveling in a particular route, there was a big pothole. Now that person can really report that and that will be shown in the community dashboard of a particular city, so where people can be aware of the fact that, okay, there are a lot of potholes in this particular area. Now, as n number of reports will come based on the same incident, so we are going to crowdsource it into our safety scoring model. So it is going to improve as more users are going to use it. Now, we are also having a reward system. So that is what is making us it is going to really make more interactive. Like people will feel that, okay, we must use this app. So what happens, like suppose someone is taking eco-friendly mode of transport like EV or maybe cycle, or someone is walking over a short distance. So we reward them with certain eco points for choosing eco-friendly mode of transport. So for that, like they can in future when we are going to have CSR partners, so we can really like have that system, like they will be able to get those perks out from them, maybe like a MTC bus pass or some a movie ticket, free movie ticket, out like these kind of things. We are also having our own AI model in our app. So with top of it, we are also having voice engine. So suppose a user is really traveling, right? So later, like at that certain point, an incident was reported. Okay, so our voice engine will be telling that as well, that at this particular place, that kind of there was an accident. There were a lot of dog attacks going on here. So people can really like see the dashboard of how they like traveled throughout the month. They will be able to see like how much carbon dioxide they saved, taking eco-friendly modes and all. So if you won't mind, ma'am, if you won't mind, we can I can show you the app. Sure. So we will have to plan our trip, right? So let's say we want to go from like maybe Anna Nagar.
How you make ticket? How is it revenue from us?
So sir,
go ahead.
Yeah. So yes sir, we are not using Google Maps currently. So we are having two pathways like B2B and B2C. So B2C is going to have like freemium model. So I'll be explaining about our SOS. Many things are there, but let me explain you B2B. Like we are going to sell that safety API because as more people are going to really use our app, so we'll have a lot of data about the roads and a particular city.
Database.
Yep. So maybe now like you will have to choose the route you want to go, like the mode of transport that you really want to take. Let's say we will walk here, or maybe we are using EV vehicle. So then we will click on finding safer route. So it is going to calculate safety scores. Okay, so as you can see, there are two routes. So one route is labeled as one route is having 4.4 safety score. Another one is having 3.8. So it is recommending that we must take this route, and we will be getting 35 eco points taking this route. Now, after like starting the ride, you can see here that we are having an SOS feature. Okay, so we are having an SOS feature here. So this SOS feature is mostly going to work and it is mostly going to be helpful for people like who are traveling late night, or school children, like the parents are sending them alone to school maybe or college. So they can really send an alert here. They can log in the cab details, like cab vehicle number as well. Okay, now you can see here that suppose the person noticed that in this road I saw a pothole out there, so they can really report here as well. So upon reporting, they will also be getting points. Now like I'm ending it, as I told that it is like EV vehicle, so I will have to really like show the number plate. It will be verifying that whether it was EV or not. So no one can like literally upload picture out, so they will have to literally go and show it live. So maybe we can skip. So we didn't travel anything, so we got 0 points here. So now they can redeem those points. There will be in future there will be CSR partners, so they can really redeem those. So in order to make it more interactive as well, we are also having a dashboard like where they will be able to see like how much carbon dioxide they saved, or what kind of mode of transport they really consider. We are also having a city leaderboard in order to make it more like people will be feeling that okay, we are saving a lot of carbon dioxide, so they will be having a privilege out there. So we are also having this thing like community insight, or crowd insight. So here upon like if someone is really reporting some incident, it will be visible in the city dashboard. So people can like here that okay, there are really lot of stray dog attacks in Adyar Bridge maybe, so they can like it. Upon like n number of likes, it is going to be crowdsourced to our like safety scoring model.
How do you ensure that people use this as an alternate? Because right now they have too many apps like what they're used to. It's easy.
Yeah, and you're like making it like a game, like you're rewarding people.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that the application is wrong. I'm just saying how do you promote the application? Because you kept saying there will be a lot of CSR partners and all, but that won't generate you the revenue. So what is going to generate the revenue for you when you...
The commissions are getting from the...
Ma'am, listen.
And the number of people actually downloading your application?
Yep. So ma'am, like as I told you that we are having two type of models, so B2B and B2C. So B2B is so we are going to target those insurance companies or maybe those companies like Rapido, Uber and all. So they can really use our safety data, like we are going to provide them as an API call, they are going to use it. So that is the first source, that will be the major source of generating revenue out of it. And the second source is going to be providing freemium model. So some people can really generate PDFs, maybe we can that SOS feature, right? So we can keep it in only for premium users. So currently that's our plan.
Very nice. Thank you.
All the best.
Just a minute. We have to connect to this.
யார் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறா? சார் யார் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறாங்க?
All the teams, so you need to wind up within 5 to 6 minutes. You can't take more than that, so because they are in hurry, so please wind up.
So you need to time it.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon, everyone.
It's not connected.
No, we are. End of the project.
I think we lost power for all the monitors.
They're connecting.
It's coming back. These ones are coming back.
Yeah. No power.
So that's switching off. This is on.
Come back.
Maybe we'll go to the next team, we'll come back to this. Vishal, will you get pass on the call back to you?
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I hope that many of you are familiar with apps like Ola. Many of you are familiar with apps like Ola, Uber, or Rapido. So, what they do is it is a typical ride to point-to-point ride hailing. So we are introducing a AI-based, hotspot-based ride sharing, where we are creating virtual hotspot using the data like CMRL, MTC, or any other public data that is available. Through that, we are able to create a virtual hotspot where we are able to aggregate a common point for riders in a specific region. And through that virtual hotspot, we are connecting multiple virtual hotspot through a corridor, and we are able to aggregate a ride-sharing transport network. Through this, we are able to achieve a 75% cost-effective ride than a typical ride-hailing or a traditional ride-sharing. So the impact that we are creating is we are reducing the traffic congestion, and also we are reducing the carbon emission. So we have successfully completed 5,000 rides, and we have onboarded 1,000 drivers.
Very nice. So basically, looking at where people are, you create those hotspots.
Yes, it is. We make sure that if multiple riders in a closed neighborhood are raising ride requests, we are creating a virtual hotspot through a AI-driven data like CMRL or MTC, and we make sure that it is walkable distance for everyone. And through that, we are creating a corridor-based network where we are pairing everyone.
Are you running a ride-share company, or you're putting this, giving the technology to ride-sharing companies?
So we are for India, we are owning the application, and we are generating the revenue through our app. And for other countries, we are partnering to planning to license this technology to other players as well. Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone.
Can you keep this in your shirt?
Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ishant Rao, CEO of Inaugural Solutions Private Limited. Today, I'll be presenting Team Golden Hour, and we are building a AI-powered aerial mobility platform, and we are addressing a serious mobility challenge in India, as India accounts for the highest number of road accidents in the world, and these accidents are accounting to 170,000 plus mortalities in our country. And in our urban areas, the average daily commute time is 110 minutes, and cumulatively we are having a financial loss of 1,47,000 crore rupees. So we are addressing these problems by means of offering air ambulance services, by offering air shuttle for the urgent travel, and offering air taxis for the experiential tourism. And now my colleague CTO Sher Mohammed, he will give a demo of, he will show the video of how our platform works, and will provide a demo as well.
So we are working on an aggregator platform, and we are partnering with a lot of other partners. So we have a demo of it, but we will be we have a timeline when real partners will onboard to it. And
we are just waiting for the DGCA guidelines. Otherwise, our platform is built. We are built, and it is operationalized for the drones right now. We are just proving our mettle in the air mobility space.
Time doesn't have the same value in every moment. When you're heading to the airport, every minute matters. When it's a medical emergency, every second can decide a life. But today, across India, traffic, terrain, and delays make us lose time where it matters most. To solve this, we are building Erago, an AI-powered aerial mobility platform for healthcare emergencies, urgent travel, and experiential journeys. Erago works as an intelligent orchestration layer on top of existing air fleets. Our AI scheduler manages real-time demand and supply. Our routing engine, trained on terrain and aerial data, ensures safe, fuel-efficient paths. And IoT-based monitoring provides real-time fleet health insights and predictive maintenance for safety. Together, this ensures faster response, better utilization, and safer operations.
Here's a quick look at how Erago works. From a user's perspective, once the user logs in, they can choose between 3 options: air taxi, golden hour, or air shuttle, depending on their need. After selecting a category, the user simply enters their pickup and destination. On the map view, users can see available rides in real time, including estimated travel time and carbon savings for each option. This helps them choose not just the fastest, but also the most efficient ride. Once the ride is selected, the booking is confirmed instantly. Now let's move to the backend, where the intelligence layer operates. As soon as a booking is received, our scheduler engine analyzes the request, assigns a priority rating, and selects the most suitable fleet based on availability and efficiency. Operators can track all bookings in real time, view available fleets, and manage incoming fleet approvals directly from the dashboard. On the live map, every vehicle is visible in motion. Clicking on a fleet reveals real-time telemetry data like temperature, pressure, and environmental conditions. The platform also enables coupon management for customer discounts and dynamic pricing controls based on demand and supply. Erago is not just about faster travel. It's about making time work when it matters the most.
Now we'll give a demo of how our platform works, real-time demo.
So we have this our website, and users can go to our platform and log in with their Google accounts and different ways. So as of now, we have three portals, one for passengers, one for admin. Admins can control the approvals and other things. Then we have partners who will onboard to our platform, and they can manage this thing. So from a user's perspective, I can show you some initial views. So for example, it selects the default location where the user is, user can enter the destination where
suppose from IIT Madras to Apollo Hospital. Apollo Hospital.
Yeah, so as of now, we are working with real partners who will on board to this platform, and this, as of now, like this is a kind of ready platform is ready, and we are having discussion with multiple partners who will be onboarding to this. Then our real users will be able to use this platform.
Where's the DGCA guidelines when are supposed to come?
By the next quarter, sir. Yes, sir. In between, sir, we are making use of our platform for the drone application, sir, for the agricultural drone and for the organ transportation as well, sir, so that we can prove our mettle in the air mobility space.
How would it work in the cities when you talk about air mobility? Would there be stations somewhere? Where
Yes, ma'am. We have identified the landing sites as our vertiports, and based upon that, we are actually addressing the needs. We have mapped.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I understand, but I'm just more concerned with the kind of congestion that we have within the cities and all. But it will be mostly in those areas which are specifically for, say, for example, tourism. Or I understand you have it in places where you have a lot of mobility. But for emergencies like ambulance requirement or anything, so how do you expect that patient to be driven to that particular destination where this is stationed, and from there to Wadhwani?
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, so we have mapped several hospitals for the particular areas. And on those hospitals, we have asked the hospitals to create a vertiport infrastructure. Since, ma'am, these are EV driven, so they are on the lesser side of decapoise, and they are fit to land within the premises of the hospital as well, which is not there for the conventional aviation turbine fuel driven helicopters, ma'am. So, ma'am, like that, we have identified the vertiports on the hospitals, and accordingly, we are addressing the needs of that particular area. Basically, ma'am, we are addressing the golden hour crisis, so that within the golden hour, that window of 40 to 60 minutes, we are actually transporting the patient to the nearby super specialty medical facility.
So are these now the people who are operating these now in the city?
Yes, we have carried several pilots for drones right now, and we are just waiting for the policy guidelines of the DGCA. Since E-plane is from IIT Madras, so we are in touch with them for the MOUs, and we are talking to Serla Aviation, Lilium from Germany, and Orange from Canada. So we are in touch with 7 to 8 eVTOL partners, and 11 drone partners are already there with us. So we are not only we will be not only minting money, but we will be also saving lives. So that will be much more impactful for us. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
EVTron. So we have built intelligent EV charging solutions. So currently in the EV charging system, like you need a authentication, either an RFID or a QR code you have to scan, and only then the system knows like who has come for charging. So what we have done, like we are closely working with fleet operators, logistics fleet operators. So if we give them an RFID, they are losing it, or QR code, they are not so comfortable. So what we came out with is with a geofencing concept. So from the vehicle, we get the geotags, and for this charger and these chargers, like we will map a geofencing location. So once the geotag of the vehicle gets inside this charging zone, geotag of the charger, the charger is intelligent enough to understand which vehicle has reached the destination, and it starts the charging. And the back end, the mapping of driver, username, and the vehicle, it will happen in quick. So this is what we have demonstrated in this AC charging.
So where do you plan to station them? So if you have it at particular stations, so you would need to have the main connection from somewhere. Is there particular spaces that you're thinking?
So what we do is like we set up small charging paths for the logistics fleets, and against each charger we'll set up a geofencing zone. So probably we can demonstrate it now. So here, the software and the hardware, it is both in-house built.
Now we are simulating the GNSS module, which will be fixed in the dashboard of the car. So we have kept it as an app right now. They have to sign in through the dashboard. After they sign in, they have to choose a target near to them. And they choose the target near to them. After certain proximity is reached, the charger will start. So it will automatically start, and then they can just plug in and go.
So
and
no need of any authentication.
And how do they pay? It is automatically deducted?
In
wallet, we will add money.
We'll have the wallet.
Against the username, like they are already the money will be added in the wallet. So now that the vehicle is recognized through the geotags, the money will be detected automatically once the charge is completed.
And you can see that this charger is now busy. So it won't connect to another user. Only when the charger is in standby state, you can connect to the charger.
Standby is green?
Yes.
And what is red?
Red is offline right now.
Oh, okay.
And when you stop the session in the dashboard, it automatically stops the charger.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
This is a space to say the thank you and start the speech. Why I started with such a statement, you can see this is in way back 10 years before. I used to do traffic awareness campaign in the locality where my company is right there. I'm a resident and now I'm working in the same tier 1 automotive company. Then we discussed multiple things for the last 10 years, but what we discussed is many things, but the realization happened in the year 2026. That is the first step then I can say. It's all about our truck safety simulator. This is my study the year 2017, and then you can see where I work and where I reside. Okay. As I told you, we discussed multiple things. What those things is, all about the safety, road safety, the people and everything. And now I told in 2026 the first step is done. The driver behavior transformation, which is the first step I said to a cognitive safety simulator drivers. And what the multiple things we discussed is, as I told, the safety, road safety I told, and the skills, what are the factors influencing that? The driver's behavior. He's getting healthy from the co-passengers. And once he reaches the industry, he's being held by the supply chain people. Why? It's because of the infrastructure, the facilities in the mobility, and multiple things. For this, we have brought this solution. I hand over to Satya. He will take it further about all this.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. And as Shiva, we know him, he was very passionate about this safety on the field. And we are a company called Methodological. So we do technology, AR, technology for the last 1 year, 10 years. I think we are a decade-old company. And we had planned something and we had kept it aside. We had developed a simulator platform that we had kept it aside. And once Shiva was talking about this safety thing, we thought we will give it a try. So that's how this idea started. And safety, if you see in India, not in India, just anywhere, safety is a matter of behavior, right? What generally, accidents happen and the realization happens post-factum. So the problem is whatever gets into your mind as a reflex only can be applied on the field. So that was the thought process. And human behavior is the most important part in that. So shaping that is critical. So our platform is in India, you understand the population and the value chain that is behind it, the logistics sector, right? And the heavy commercial vehicle, the goods that are moving, the heavy commercial vehicle, the load on the people, right? The drivers are huge, right? They are unable to manage the timelines, delivery, tight deadlines, including the e-commerce company coming down, and the whole of this pressure mechanics add to the problem a little more complex. So that's so suicide is conscious, accidents are not conscious, right? So nobody does that in this thing. So three parts. Previously. So three parts. Clearly, is a lot of government regulation is there. Licensing as a part, if you take there are cleaners, and the cleaners over a period of time acquire knowledge out of the driver by code, just allowing with them traveling, and then they acquire knowledge. That acquired knowledge has a lot of skills and some patterns, only they observe. But there's no explicit safety theme for them. There's no explicit safety knowledge transfer mechanism for them. That's the core idea that we built, right? So what we have done, we've done a quick prototype. We had a platform already. We tried to customize this. We had a truck driving and we had a forklift simulator platform done for safety, and we tried to re-customize it, repurpose it for truck. So this is the screen. You can see there's an onboarding process. There's a driver entry, the details. There's a QR code generated, and that QR code, if you scan, this is a completely local model where you don't need internet. We are planning to take this to rural areas, completely take them out. So there is a driver entry, they can take their phone, or it can be printed in card format and given to them. And they get into a scenario, like what are the scenarios? Mountain driving, driving in hilly region, different terrain conditions. What is the length of the drive, right? And type of vehicle, wet or dry, day or night, that can be chosen here. And then they go through a 3, 5, 9 minutes of the recce modules where they go into the yard. They get used to the system. And then the actual driving happens on the real highway, which is Chennai Madurai. You can choose the location, and the roads come as if in the real condition. The roads are generated based on the real map conditions. So which means the turns are all, patterns are all registered in their mind so that they get used to the real patterns of driving. Next. So this is the thing. I think he is now doing that. So you can see this is a near actual experience. The hardware is near actual. So there is force feedback, and including the gear, the pedals are real, and he gets a completely immersive view. You can see, can you want crash? Crash and there's real feedback that comes out of the steering, the force feedback. Right? So this you really can't do in a physical setting. That is not available. Right? So the idea is put them on the simulator, give them the feel of going through an accident or the safety scenario. We all do all the mistakes here so that when you hit the road, you at least be safe and more conscious. That's the thought process. And you can see this is the performance data. You can see the safety is a priority. We do a lot of parameters for safety. And of course, for the fuel efficiency, number of gears shifted, hard brakes that are done, number of clutches, all those data is all recorded because he is doing the real condition. Taking a person and taking them on field and trying to drive, the cost of training, the cost of acquiring talent in this industry is very huge. So you can't eliminate that part. Of course, you can reduce that part by huge amount. At least 30 to 40% if you try to reduce that cost. And if they are not good, you can put them on this again and again, so that they are a little more used. And when they go to the real scenario, they are much better.
So this is the same data.
Yeah. Correct. Correct. So this is a dashboard that we give, and then we give them. This is for the trainers, and you can see that driver leaderboard, whoever has given in the past experience, how they have done, what sessions. You can get complete analytics out of this, and this is for the training institution to make sense of it. Of course, we want education institutions like IITM Madras to help us in giving us real-time data so that this becomes an even more on-the-field solution. Right. So this is the AI feedback that gives based on analytics. It gives it has multi-language. Now we have English. Based on the local vernacular language, we can give this and go next. So phase one, we are almost complete. This platform is completely moved. You can take this in a small auto and transport it anywhere, any rural area. Completely on device, no internet is required. So completely ready for any rural road layout, rollout. Next. next slide. So these are the scenarios. I told you the assessment and then the real-time scenarios, two specific things. And yeah, I go to the numbers. Yeah. So we have 4 streams, especially this is for large fleet institutions. They want to buy on this solution. We have this motion platform as well integrated. Here our main impact is what we are trying to do is bring this driver assessment cost to less than 1,000 rupees per session. So this is the key metric. This is ultimately scalable. Today, traditionally, if you consider this cost goes beyond 10,000 rupees, even per session, taking a lorry and putting this vehicle. And all the scenarios are not practicable there. So the idea is scale this up so that there is talent supply in the market, so that this is sustainable. And insurance partners, of course, can be leveraged for post certification, so that their insurance premiums also come down for large companies. Yeah. So these are some numbers, like how many. This is a demand, like 3.7 million HCVs in India, and it keeps added like anything. And the driving schools are not even proportional. We are not even 0.01%.
So how much would it take for a rapid?
So this one is a traditional training. From traditional training, we reduce the timeline to 3 times lesser. For example, if it takes 10 hours in traditional training, we have a lawyer, actual lawyer that is practicing as a person. So if he says like 50 to 60 hours of session on yards, right, that can be reduced to like some 20 to 30 hours can be reduced. It cannot be eliminated. So 20 to 30, which means 20 to 30% can be eliminating the total.
And how many can be
So we
trained?
can keep adding.
How many can be trained on the simulator in a day?
In a day, approximately per session we put 5 minutes. Even breaks 5 minutes, we can go up to 300.
In a day.
So here we are here. Now we are completely ready for the market, and we've got one the trucker. Yeah, we've got one commitment from a company called Trucker. They are a truck aggregation platform. They have ties with MRI kind of people. So they have agreed to sign next year. They have agreed for 4 standalone units like this. Apart from that, they want long-term lease for training because they have 2,000 plus drivers already on board in the platform, and they have some 1,500 plus fleets, buses and commercial vehicles available. So it's a natural win-win for us also to partner. We got this. Actually, I thank MInT and Bosch for giving us option. This was lying in shelf for quite some time, and this fund gave us life to take this product to the market much faster.
I'd like to see the progress on this project.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please. Okay. Good afternoon, jury members. We are team Alphians. We are actually student team actually. So we are from Alpha College of Engineering. We are presenting our project titled Road SX, which is AI-based smart road asset reporting and smart navigation system. And we could proudly say it is an India's first citizen and government authorities integrated smart governance system, which handles the road infrastructural things and smart navigation, enforces smart navigation system. So we arrived to this. This is not something like technical project we are looking for. This is something like a real impact project that we would have witnessed on, or we would have experienced it. Like for example, if you see any potholes or manholes, broken hazards and not working street lights and not sometimes waterlog based on due to the road as such, you could see witness, and due to that some accidents or some issues will be there. It may be looks smaller, but its impacts was huge. It directly damages our road vehicles also, and it directly affects our safety and mobilities also. So
So here we are proposing solution in order to address. So here we are actually we learn certain statistics also. According to the Transport Ministry, it says in Pathol itself in 2023 around 2,100 plus deaths were reported. And then imagine how other hazards would cost. So we just try to provide solution which will be more impactful. And also we took survey to the peoples also we took survey to the peoples also, directly addressing them, and to know about what are all the challenges they are facing. They told like people from their end, what are all the problems they are facing now. People are saying they are not trust in government, and they are just seeing the hazard. They just simply going and not reporting it actually. And from the people's end and from the authorities' ends, we just met many government officials through this process, and from their end they are saying there is no proper prioritization for hazards, and there is no proper mapping between the governments. For example, certain roads will be managed by urban and municipal, and certain roads will be managed by state road departments, and also different departments, and everything will be messed up. So there is no proper and structured application system is there. So we provide such system, and we address such problem in a app solution. So solution will be explained by Yashwant.
So we propose a project solutions, and here we mention it: capture the hazard, AI can identify the issue, and GPS trackings, and the dashboard is enable actions and the user is
simply the hazard will be captured from the mobile itself. That's a simple thing, and we have trained the AI. It will capture, it will predicts the AI's information, and we have given the option manually. You can able to choose it because of the AI's prediction, and sometimes inaccuracy will come. And here it will takes the GIS information like GPS, such things and all. And we have added another module also, something called submission preview. In that you could see it gives more detailed information like which is zone, which ward based mapping, and which jurisdiction it comes under. For example, urban or state highways or national highways it belongs to. And it also we are also added the landmarking systems also. So this entire things we just spoke to the respective government peoples, and they told these are all the disadvantages or drawbacks in the current systems, they told. So we provided this as a structured system. That's what we built here. And once it and also we are provided an integration with the user and application. For example, if user they are reporting any issues and all, they don't know what happened to the status. I like the status of the hazard, what is happening, whether it is resolved or not, something. So we have provided an integration with both the user, so that they can able to track the status, whether it is assigned to the respective government official, and they can able to track which status is, for example, it is assigned or it is verified or it is
so you're saying the user, anybody can upload the image of that app?
Yes.
The information goes to the government, and they would upload it after rectification is done?
Yes. They simply
respective teams,
municipal teams. Yeah, so who will upload the final status of that problem?
Once
the IT team, ma'am, actually will be providing this as an SaaS application to their dashboard, ma'am. Like an SaaS application through API, will be connecting them. Once the problem will be solved, from the IT team they will be providing like it was resolved. It will be directed to the user dashboard also. Yeah. So this is what providing the transparency, ma'am. That most of the things which are not. It will be more explained when we explain the app and how it works, such things and all. So next is how this project is transformed actually. It will be explained by Balaji.
Yeah. It's initially road exits was just a project like smart navigation with the reporting system. Now, after the MInT hackathon previously conducted, we gathered some insights from the juries, and we updated some things like first we took a service from the
survey reports?
Yes,
These are all the physical survey reports we took from the peoples to know about what people are thinking. It contains many questions. You can also take a look at it. It contains like whether they are aware of such application, whether you are reported such things, if why you are hesitating, such things and all will be happen to know.
Online analytics.
We have circulated in online also. Next stage we
met the government officials and the field stakeholders to understand how the issues is being solved.
So this is from a project director of Tiruvannamalai. We went all over to Tiruvannamalai to know about how rural system works. For example, if from the Azadi reporting, it's from the beginning till the end, who are all the persons involved in. For example, any road hazards, if it is reporting, it will first comes to the assistant engineer there. Then it will give 7 days of time. That's what their time duration. If it until that 7 days, if it is not solved, it will escalated to the higher officials. We are adding such system to the user dashboard also, so that they can able to track whether their thing is moved into the. So it will be shown in the part of app. The next thing is we collected the data
sets. Our data sets as a field work, how the hazards are faced by the citizens every day, and everything in the field work.
So in that data set collection process also, we went all over the every streets and things, and we collected manually from pictured it, and we trained the AI model also, ma'am. So
what kind of hazards can be?
we and also we categorize
dangerous, like partial dangerous. It's more dangerous, so we can
we
change the route and move to the destination.
We trained it, and it is running back end also now. We will be explaining that also now. So here.
I don't think you'll have that bit of time.
Yeah, I think we'll have to. In a minute, 1 minute.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
This connect பண்ணுப்பா. Here the interface, ma'am. I hope you are seeing it. This is the common profile bar. Yeah, you can see. This is the home page, and language support also there, ma'am. So that common people can able to use it. And you say, if you click simply report hazard means camera will be open, and if you clamor, and you can manually choose the hazard type. Like if you are categorized it, if your road infrastructure issue now, then it shows potholes, such things and all. Here it captures the live GPS. Once you click submit provision, a preview will be open, ma'am. So it will shows every information. If you're sitting inside any house or house also, if you're reporting, it shows invalid. So we are feeded with we spoke to GCC senior system manager Krishna Kumari. She gave some data sets also, like geospatial data set, like what are all the roads they are maintaining. We fed that to the application, so that how it works means it takes the GPS location, whether that location lies in that path means it will be pinned to the respective urban, and it will be marked to this. It is for user app actually. And this is the municipal dashboard from their end. The blue color what you are seeing means these are all the GCC maintaining, and orange color and all state highways of Chennai. We are given separate. And if you see, this is the admin dashboard actually. Here we given the analytics and map views and all. Here we separated is for example urban GCC, they can see their reports here, and for state highways here we will be given separate admin login also. It will be simple process. We click that, here it shows the image, and you can see the priority score. Priority score means for a single, if you are implementing this in tomorrow also, in single area there will be more people chance of reporting it. So every report will be taken as priority. So it will be shown in the leaderboard kind of a thing. So they give higher priority. Higher priority, and it shows every information like which location, which jurisdiction, verification also. If it is invalid means they will simply reject it. Something verification is not there and such things and all. And it shows location verification also. It asks need review because I was reported it near my house also. That's why. And you could see which jurisdiction it comes under, which ward number under, and assigning assistant engineer we can. And this is the simply we can mark the status. If you mark the status means it simply shows here. It's a user dashboard For example, here you can see total reports and how many total remaining reports. Here you can see, ma'am, whether the status you can see assigned or which status and urban, and you can see which time and which date was reported and which time it was assigned, and whether it is assigned to whom it is assigned to, and you can see the 7 days of the time period also, ma'am. So this is what, and here you can see there is pending review because I haven't assigned from that end. So this is what.
You can't explain every single feature.
And also business model here, what we suggesting business model is, first thing is B2G, providing a SaaS application to the users, and we are added another smart navigation. I have told something, right? It is, I'll be saying it simply in two pitch liner.
Smart navigation.
Usually Google Maps, it takes GPS data and internet data to know whether there is any traffic congestion or not, something else. But in our application, how it works now, it takes the people's real data, well, like what they reported. That real data it takes, and it takes that data to reroute. For example, if any area was tree obstruction, it will reroute that smart routes map and all. So here we are proposing another business model which is B2B. For example, for local business, we can promote their ad in some not interruptive way, in small. So for every we can also add that pay per click model also. So that for example, for every click we are charging for 5 rupees, means for 50 companies are, for example, for monthly basis we are charging some 1,000 rupees and all. For 50 companies we could have get some more monies also. So these are all the brief of it. Since time is not there, I can't able this much things we under.
Any other questions?
No questions. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Good name?
Balaji.
Yeah.
Vijay sir.
Vijay. Good job.
Myself, Rashwan.
Multiple grades also distinguish between grades. Is it aggregator, lateral or longitudinal? After that, if there is a asset degradation, white line marking, black cross is there, and traffic sign is there. We are detecting, classifying, and mapping of our dashboard, by which we can save the data of we can make the history of the road. If we go to the department and ask what is the condition of the road 1 year ago, 6 months ago, there is no data. All these details are depending on the site engineer knowledge, information. Site engineer came to the office with the paper. This is the condition we give to the contractor. By our solution, any authority department, we made this dashboard like this, user specific. Some high-level person wants to know the exact location, exact area, image of that area. They can go to the dashboard and see the condition. What is the condition right now? What was the condition before 2 months? When was the survey was done? So we can manage all these things on the single dashboard. We are working on multiple mobile applications. Like if any citizen complaint or our system detected how this problem was entertained by the department. Who is the responsible person? Who is not working on that? If the problem is detected, there is a timestamp when it was detected. Who gave the task to whom? When was the contractor get the saving on our dashboard so that we can make an accountable system.
So when you say save on your dashboard, you're saying the government or the interest department responsible will upload the details.
No, by our system, it will automatically upload on the system. That all, now we are quantifying the problem. As we go on the national highway, we cannot measure the crack length easily. We have to stop the road, and after that we can measure. And if for the kilometers of road, we cannot do it manually. So it will automatically detect. Now we are also quantifying the problem. How much length is that of the crack, area of the pothole, and all that kind of things. Yes, ma'am. This is our solution, ma'am. You can take.
But other data we need to bid it manually, like when the road has been built.
Yes, yes. We can, yes, sir. We can upload these contractor details also on that road. Currently, government is using barcode and we can get the details, but we are not proactive on that. If we are detecting the cracks before making it worse, like and sort out that problem, it will can give the results proactively before the problem is bad.
What will be your revenue stream for this?
Currently, just we started company, and our main target is that we want to sell as a device and our dashboard, because we cannot do the business in or in that area. So
The device will get fitted in the
yes, we can fit it, or any person can carry it and install it quickly in 4 to 5 minutes and can do the survey. We tested it in a single run for 200 kilometers. We have collected almost 1,000 kilometer data with that. And daily basis, we are upgrading our models. Our accuracy is more than 90% for all these classes. Thank you.
Very nice, thank you.
She's online, but maybe we'll go to Naya Translate and then we can come back.
Hello, ma'am. So we are the team of Naya Translate.
Yes, on both.
One of my advisor is there on call. She is Monica Sinha. So I thank Mintathon, Bosch, Airawat Foundations for their grateful opportunity to make us solve this problem. So the problem that we are trying to solve is currently there is almost 3 to 5% of GDP loss due to the road accidents and also improper roads. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to build a platform which uses computer vision at the back end and aligned with the IRAP methodology that is standardized all over the world for the road infrastructure in order to identify and augment the road assessors and the governments to actually create a better infrastructure and identification of the road hazards. So currently our model is an AI-based road safety attribute detection application, which includes a lot of data sources that it can analyze and augment the process of road auditing for the road auditors from the government agencies and as well as the public-private partnerships. Okay, so currently we have the prototype live. So I'll just show you a demonstration of the prototype, like how it will help the auditors make their decisions and fasten their decisions. Okay, so this is Amulika Sinha, our advisor. Yes, she's not speaking right now. Yes, I'll show you guys the demo. So, can I come over there? So this is the homepage wherein an auditor would come and see how, what are the projects that need to be audited. So after this, he goes to a project segment, wherein we will provide him with a lot of features with respect to what is the segment of the road that is to be audited and what are the different angles that the video has been captured and who are the team members who are associated with the project and what are the assessment runs. So this is the main core part of our module, wherein so the auditor or any person from the auditing team, they go to the road and they click a video, or they can also sit from the office, click Google image snapshots, and they can upload it to our platform. And after uploading to the platform, they will be seeing the main view, left view, right view. And with respect to this and the IRAP methodology that is standardized all over the world, so what they will do is they can code 70 plus different attributes on which the road can be star rated. So these are the different attributes on which this road segment has been analyzed. So if you can see, there are general road sign, mid-block speeds and all. And we also give the confidence score based upon how whether the detected attribute is correct or not. This is driven by the computer vision model, which is there in the core infrastructure layer of our system. And now, as we all know, that AI is just a tool, like it can't replace humans, right? So what we've done is, in order to give the human in the loop factor, we have inculcated a comment section wherein if the system is telling wrong, okay, the auditor can manually correct it, and he can give a comment over here saying that, okay, this is not what should be there, this is what is to be there. And this comments and all this feedback will be used to train our model so that it cannot make future mistakes. So currently we are using one-shot technology, one-shot prompting technique, and as well as our architecture is designed in such a way that it doesn't need to be retrained for the traditional computer vision models. So there is no retraining required, and also the one-shot prompting technique is one of our significant features. Now, after this, what happens is currently this one's exported to the VIDA-based file, which will give the auditors an impression saying that, okay, now this road is somewhat 3-star rated. Now, why is this 3-star rated? We will also give the analysis regarding, okay, suppose it is 3-star rated, then where are the infrastructural misalignments being done and how to do it 5-star. Now, I'll tell you what is the correlation between the star rating over here. So currently, if you see over here, if the road is rated 1-star, then the relative cost per crash exposure and the risk of death or serious injury is 0.19. But as the star rating increases, the risk halves as we go from 1-star to 2-star to 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is directly impacting our GDP over here. Because currently, due to the road accidents and all, due to improper road infrastructure, we are losing almost 3 to 5% of our GDP. So this is directly related to how we as India can better ourselves with respect to bettering the road infrastructure over here. Okay, so this is the main product of our platform, and the next product that we are that is a complementary product and a little bit like on the speed alignment side. Why we have classified the speed attribute as a separate one is because the speed, it is a major factor in deciding the road crashes and also the life crisis. So infrastructure is different, but speed, which is manual, a live real-time factor, is plays an importance with respect to determining the lives of the people using the road. So for that, we have devised a speed misalignment tool, which will give multi-level speed alignment detection and intervention recommendations, and also we provide investment planning. So these are the different features of our speed alignment tool. And currently, we need a lot of data and validation, so we are in that stage. So right now we have talked to few of the stakeholders, we've found few stakeholders in Mintathon as well, so there is quite sort of networking going on. So after this, what we are trying to do is we will be developing a full package of our solution in order to give a complementary tool to different road auditing agencies from government and also B2B. So yes, this is our tool, and thank you so much for Bosch, Arawat, and Mintathon to facilitate our goal towards making India better. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, he's on waiting.
Yeah, hi Sainath, are you ready?
Sir, can you speak? Yeah.
It is very less. I don't know which audio it's using as a screen or this one. It's very less.
Yeah, hi Sunny. You are on speaker on phone, so you can just explain about your project. Pam is here. She will be listening. No problem.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm in the US right now and I couldn't travel due to some visa restrictions. So, okay, this is Sainath Sangha, founder of HMaps, and we are trying to solve multimodal transportation in a city. So we know that the current routing tools are not designed for multimodal transportation, and transport authorities lack tools to analyze multimodal networks and traffic flows. So at HMaps, we are trying to solve this through AI-driven multimodal routing and analysis. So first, we represent a city as an integrated multimodal network. We layer individual modes and integrate them together as one whole network. And then we use graph attention networks. This is a model that we train on the existing multimodal network, and we get something called multimodal scores. Now, this score is a number between 0 and 1, and if it is closer to 1, then it says that the node is a major transit hub, and if it is closer to 0, then it's a poorly connected stop. So we use this multimodal scores and we combine them with real-time transit locations and do multimodal routing. So let's see a quick example. So this is a live multimodal network map of New York City with real-time transit locations. And let's see a multimodal route here. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So here it is connecting both metro and bus and also some walking. So we have showed that our algorithm increases transit travel time when compared to traditional routing algorithms. Sorry, do you have a question?
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we have showed that we increase transit travel time significantly when compared to the traditional routing algorithms and simultaneously reduce wait time. So here you can see that the wait time is practically zero. The transit travel time for the traditional algorithms for just like Google Maps is practically zero, and our transit travel time, which is green in color, is very high. And the wait time compared to other multimodal routing algorithms is
Sai, we're not
significantly
able to
less.
see the other screen. I think you're showing the presentation. Can you skip to the other screen?
There's a difference.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
So you're able to see the map?
Yes.
Okay, so on the poster, there's a graph that shows that we have significantly reduced wait time when compared to other multimodal routing algorithms. In addition to this, we also have agentic analysis and agentic multimodal analysis capabilities. So just a quick demo. Transit authorities can simply show transit coverage heat map. And what it basically does is it takes the center of the of this map and does a connectivity analysis based on the multimodal, based on the mobility scores that we have seen earlier, and based on how many different modes does each node connect. So another example that we can see here is reachability. So where can we reach within 20 minutes from this location? So what it does in the background is it looks at every route possible, every multimodal route possible within 20 minutes, and it will give us a graph of how much area we can reach within 20 minutes using transit. So this agent is still in its nascent stages, and we are giving it more capabilities where authorities can talk to this agent interactively and do operational planning and improve the performance of their transit network with respect to the entire multimodal network in a city. So going back to the poster, we have the architecture that we are currently using to do this real time. So the demo that you have just seen is completely live. It's a real world demo with New York City, and you can use this QR code to look at the demo yourself. So for the revenue models, we are looking at multimodal routing SaaS with urban mobility platforms like Chennai One Delhi to Muk, and also ride-hailing platforms who are trying to get into multimodal transportation like Ola, Uber, Rapido, who are selling metro tickets on their platform but not doing multimodal routing at the moment. Then we are also planning B2G revenue options where UMTS like Kumta can use our platform to analyze multimodal traffic flows and also predict multimodal demand. Then we can also, in near future, we can also do commuter subscriptions where they can get optimal real-time multimodal routes and navigation, and we can provide a bundle where we connect point A to point B using different modes, and they can just, it will be like a one-click buy similar to Amazon. So this is HMaps. Our mission is to optimize multimodal transportation. Again, you can look at the demo by using the QR code on the poster, and you can reach out using the other QR code on the poster. Thank you so much. I know there was a lot of network issues, and I'm really sorry about that.
No problem. At least we got the message of the system that you have worked on. While you have shown the revenue models which we have seen, but has there been some breakthrough in that? But obviously these are potential models. But have you discussed this?
No, not yet. So this is just a prototype. So I started, Mintathon was really a lot of help because 6 months back, this was not what I was working on. So we pivoted a lot with inputs and feedback from the Mintathon team, and this is where we are right now. So we will be taking this forward to different Kumtas and urban mobility platforms and trying to get this revenue stream going. So the thing with this is it's like a chicken and egg problem. We need to have a threshold of commuters already using our platform to be able to do the analysis that we are showing, the capabilities that we are showing on the platform. So, but to get commuters, we need to have some tie-ups with this urban mobility platform. So. I'm still trying to navigate how we can get through for the revenue streams. But these are the possible revenue streams that we are looking at currently.
Okay, great. Any questions? Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was nice. Sorry you had to away, but nevertheless it was done and we did. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
downloading sir ரொம்ப ஸ்லோவா இருக்கு.
அதெல்லாம் பண்ண முடியாது. அப்புறம் மற்ற கொலாபரேட்டர்ஸ் அது பெரிய சம்பவம் தான். நான் பேசிக்கிறேன்.
So I was just telling Praveen that maybe towards the end of this month or early next month, we'll come to Bangalore and we'll share some more thoughts and proposals.
Sure.
Praveen, come in. He wants to introduce you.
I'm Stan. I'm not in second year. I'm just entering my third year.
You're entering your third year.
Yeah.
On holidays right now?
Yeah.
The session is going to start. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. From what I understand, you're the boss. What do you do in Bosch exactly?
I head the CSR for Bosch Limited. I head the Bosch India Foundation.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Anything specific?
No, nothing specific. I just wanted to get into it. Can I connect with you on LinkedIn?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'll send you the.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, good evening all. Hope you all had coffee and feel refreshed. I know it's been a long day, a long event actually. So we wanted to, have our concluding event here. Basically, we thought, it'll be a great place to come back and click the photographs. Many of you are asking. I know you've already been having separate sessions with, Sakina ma'am already. But we thought we could have a group photograph here as well as photographs with individual teams. We'll also have a certificate distribution. But before we get there, I would just like to request both Sakina Baker as well as Praveen Parihar to share their thoughts on today's evening session, especially the teams. They're all looking forward to hear from you what your thoughts are with respect to what they have done, how they've grown over the last several months to where they are today. So, would you like to go first, or? Yeah.
Thank you. To be very honest, I'm very kind of proud to see all of you, and it is normal to be nervous around your boss. Okay, so I was when last time I met you, when me and Sriram came. Of course, you are in development stage, right? But the kind of finished product, prototype or finished I have seen today, actually I was not expecting that. So that's a proud moment for me. Of course, that's whole credit goes to your mentor, and they should feel proud about you. But as a project lead, I'm really very impressed. innovation and ideas are good thing to have, but we also know there is always a risk. Not every bird fly at the height of eagle. Every bird has a different flight, right? So every innovation has different life and different peak point. So here we are not going to judge you all in terms of that who is best and what. You all are best. Even those 257 plus teams who's applied for it, that is also a winner for us. At least they have this confidence, or they have this aspiration to apply for such a platform. That is also a winner. But of course, different journey and different milestone you need to cover, and I am sure that lots of sacrifice in terms of the time, in terms of the your knowledge, or whatever efforts that you have put in to come up to this level, and that's really commendable, and really like to appreciate on this particular point. Now I all six of you, it become a familiar faces for me, although maybe I don't know everyone's your name, but I will identify you in the crowd, and that's a I think good thing for me also, that okay, we know somebody, we have a touch whenever we meet outside. Whatever support or help I can do for you, it will be always there. And thank you so much, IIT Madras team, Professor Geeta, Mr. Ramki, and also Richa and other team. Sorry, I bad in remembering the names. So, and Ankur and Sunanda, thanks for your efforts and grooming them. And I know some of the first year kids are there, and with this, with their age, I'm very bad. I was very bad, so I can't compare myself with your age. So, but yeah, great to see you, and it was a good experience, and we wanted to have this continue this experience and look forward for your growth. Okay, so don't worry about the time or immediate success and all that thing. You will get success because you have fight this one of the challenges, and this shows that you are a fighter. So keep that alive, and you will definitely going to succeed, right? Either this way or that way. Thank you.
Well, I don't know what do I have to say after Praveen has said what he felt, because he has been closely associated with this program than I have been. So whatever updates that we used to have is through Praveen and through his team members. Seljan is sitting here, so I'm sure you would know him as well. For me, this goes beyond a certain CSR project that Bosch has, that okay, we want to work on sustainability and we want to encourage creative ideas which will have some solution for a problem on the ground. Honestly, I feel all of people who have achieved huge success in life have started somewhere like you. And I don't see a reason why you cannot succeed and why you cannot go there. And I don't see a reason why we should not encourage such bright ideas. I was told that what you were when you came here and what you are here today itself is a huge difference, and I'm glad that happened. I'm glad that there are opportunities for all of you, like the opportunity given by IITM on coming forward and giving you ideas, the fresh air that they needed, and getting encouraged in between, and working on those ideas and making them better day by day. 6 months down the line, these ideas that you presented today would have a different shape altogether, and you will be working on a different way of presenting that idea. My only request is, whatever you do in life, please don't feel that you will never face a certain situation where you may face certain negative problems or face rejection for your ideas. You will have to pass through that test again, and I'm sure you will do that as well. You have got a best platform that India can provide, which is the institution that we are in right now. And please make use of this platform. Please make use of the learnings that you had here, because for me, learning is constant. It will never stop. You can learn. I learn every day. Every experience is a learning experience for me. So please don't let that learning stop. Please encourage yourself, your team members, your peers, even your teachers, to make sure that you put the bright ideas there without even thinking that they will get rejected. But please try and come up with those ideas, because our country needs those ideas. And I think I'm glad as a part of Bosch, representing Bosch, that we are there, in a very small way, supporting those ideas and being encouraged by the institution like IITM that yes, there are ideas waiting to be recognized, identified, put there out for the solution for many, many people out there in the country. Maybe working on one topic, but I think the solution is going to be common for many people on the road, in different locations, different states, and different cities. So thank you so much for your effort. Thank you so much for putting in the energy that you have to the ideas and presenting them today. And I'm glad that I didn't get time to go to the deeper details of it, but I'm sure what you presented today had a lot of hard work associated with it. Thank you so much. Please continue doing it, and not only encouraging yourself, encouraging and motivating us as well, that we have also chosen a right topic to work on, and we are also giving certain level of opportunities. Thank you.
A heartfelt note of gratitude to Bosch. People have ambition, dreams, and dreams need wings, and wings to fly need a team of people with conviction to encourage them and provide them the capital and the emotional investment. And though Praveen said he was a little nervous, his articulation did not reflect it. I think you spoke from your heart, and I think it reached the audience. And likewise with Ms. Sakina Baker, I think the fact that you recognize the teams, that you follow the journey along with them shows how committed you are as a CSR initiative. And personally, I have led some CSR initiatives in other domains, and this is a rare one that you've picked. And that shows the kind of investment that Bosch does in society and in the right initiatives. So on that note, a big round of applause to the team here. I think at this point we should move on to the recognition of certificates, and let's do that. I'd call upon Richa to hand over, call the names at least. You've been a vital part of all of this, so I think you should come and... yeah. Mm-hmm. Sakina, would you like to hand over the certificates jointly, or just one of you? Yeah. All right. So you wanna...
So the first one is Team Hacker Leads, Loksha. Please come on the stage. Next one is Joshua from Team Hacker Leads. Meena from Team Hacker Leads. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Understood. Okay.
Yeah, we can have a certificate.
Just call the next three. And Team Genesis.
All right, next team, are you ready? Team Genesis, Arpit Verma, Akshi, and Priyanshu. Very good name. Next team we have Mobility Mavericks, Satya, Pradeep, and Shiv Rama Krishnan.
He wants Richa also to join.
Oh,
Leon. All right, very good. Very good.
All right, so next we have with us Team HMAPS, Sai Nath Sangha. So he has joined us online today because he's in US right now. So yeah, he's waving from there.
Okay, very good.
All right, so next we have Team Elfians, Yashwant, Balaji, Ajay, and Vijay Kumar.
Balaji. Okay. All right, Jagmar. Yes. Yeah, popular demand.
And the last team, Team Golden Hour, Ishant Rao. So huge round of applause for all the 6 teams.
I think yeah, why don't we give that certificate? Just for it to hold the things. Yeah. We'll get you your own. Yes. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sean. So are we going to take a group picture?
Yes, we can invite, first we can invite all the Mintathon participants for a group picture. All the other audience as well.
Right, okay, perfect, good.
Let's have all the teams for all the Mintathon teams for a group photograph, please. Yeah.
And the Bosch team members.
Oh God, this is good. Okay, we'll get the stage organized then. So can we move, should we move this on?
No, some of them putting on the stand. Some of them can kneel. All the Mintathon, all the team members can come. Yeah, that is next one. Now it's with the team. We could also have one of those stands. One row here. The shorties stand here. Couple of. Hey, not everybody can stand there. Let's see how this goes. What?
be enough. Okay, I'll go down.
Race should be seen, that's all. For the mentors as well. Mentors, team mentors. Wally is not here.
Here. Yeah. Move it there. Rahul, ask him to come. Okay. Mintathon. Yeah, Mintathon.
What side you want us to do?
Okay, here, like this. Here, guys, thumbs up, okay? Thumbs up. Very nice. Good one.
So, can we have others also for a picture? Okay, you'll have to go 3 rows back.
And discuss your entire audience. And we can get one layer kneeling down. Everybody come. Everybody come.
ஒரே நிமிஷம் இரு அப்படியே உள்ள ஓடி
நாம எங்க வருவோம்?
நம்ம வர வாய்ப்பே இல்லை.
மைக் கிட்ட நின்றுல.
I try to find some way. I'm sure you get that. Wait, please wait. Oh, we get the picture immediately. We have a chip right there. One picture with the three side, please. All right. Okay.
Real Guruji's.
हम निकलने वाले थे.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll have to get the slide with all the partners. I don't know if
Yeah.
Just a quick 10 seconds to wrap up this 3-day event. It's been an absolute privilege to be comparing this 3-day journey into the future of the moving worlds. Our overarching theme for this summit brings together the absolute vanguard of modern infrastructure, digital twins, mobility, AI, and transportation. Over the course of this event, we explored how bytes meet bricks, how cognitive computing and real-time digital replicas are completely transforming the way humans, goods, and vehicles navigate our physical spaces. We've looked at a future that is not just automated, but truly intelligent, predictive, and seamless. I'd like to call Professor Geeta Krishnan to render the vote of thanks, and prior to that, we would like to distribute goodies. Request her to come over and do the honor. And after that, we will have the formal vote of thanks.
Thanks so much, Soumya. So this is for our rest of the Bosch team. So I request Professor Ramki to come up in the front, and I request Seljan to come on stage. Next, I request Raja. Next, I request Mr. Arun. Can I get the slide on?
They need to own it.
So, yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah. 3 years back, we started MInT, but as a thought, MInT started 4 years back, I would say. We all had a meeting with some alumni, and then we said we have to do something much bigger. We are doing projects, we are doing something at a small scale, but how do we create impact at a national scale, right? And that's how MInT was started. And one thing was clear: to do things bigger, you need bigger teams. You can't achieve big things working alone. And that has been the founding principle of MInT. And we have collaborators across academia, government, industry. So I must thank all our collaborators listed here, right? Yeah. So on the academia side, of course, there are a bunch of centers within IIT Madras with whom we collaborate closely. And we also have Airavat, who have joined us. We would like to definitely add a few more here. We had professors from IIIT Delhi, we had professors from IIT Hyderabad. I think they all would be there in the screen when we have this event next year, right? Including some of our international collaborations like TU Dresden, UNSW, and other universities, right? So we definitely would like to have them. Professor Ramki just returned from the US, and we are keen to kickstart our collaborations with University of Texas at Austin, with MIT, as well as Berkeley, right? So these are all academic partnerships that we'll have going forward, but grateful to all the partners we have. On the government side, we are very, very happy that we signed the MOU with KUMTA on the first day. KUMTA is Chennai Unified Metropolitan Transportation Authority. So we're grateful to them. And I think they had somebody here all through the days, right? And they had a fairly big team, right? And we're looking forward to building the digital twin for Chennai in partnership with KUMTA, right? So that's something that we are very, very keen on. And from the industry side, our partnerships are growing, right? In the last year, of course, Bosch has been very generous in supporting the Mintathon, and we would like this partnership to continue, ma'am, going into the next year as well. And we also had, MOUs with Cabs. We also had a CSR project with Daimler Truck, right? So they're all new entrants with NISA as well, and most recently with Virya, with whom we're going to build the autonomous shuttle for IIT Madras campus, right? So very, very, grateful to all the partners, because without, this team will not be able to achieve the mobility dreams for $1 billion, which is the caption that drives MInT. So once again, thank you all. I also thank all the audience here. Good to see such a good number on the end of the third day as well. Also online, right? I think we had as many as 500 registrations overall, right, for the event, right? Of course, not everybody was here all through, but definitely, the entire proceedings are available as a recording in YouTube in the Wadhwani School channel. We'll be doing some clippings because right now it's like a 7.5 hour continuous video stream on YouTube. We'll definitely trim them. We'll have it topic wise. Do share with others, and you can also look at your sessions if you all the teams you are speaking. All of that was recorded. All right, so you can go back, view that, and share it with your friends. Maybe inspire others also for the next edition of Mintathon. All right, so request you to do that. I of course owe a lot of gratitude to the MInT team, right? Soumya keeps saying, yeah. I mean, every year they keep raising the bar, right? They're doing a great job. I give them a lot of tough problems, right? I keep bringing in new projects. Ramki also keeps getting us all new ideas, new projects to work on. But no matter what we throw at them, they take it with a smile and they run with it. So we're really grateful to the entire MInT team, right? Huge round of applause to the MInT team. Yeah. I also thank, of course, our director, our deans. They've been very, very supportive for what MInT has been doing. And of course, without their support, we'll not be here. So they couldn't make it to this evening's function, but I'll pass it on to them in person as well. Thank you all for joining. The next year MInT Summit, we'll plan. Usually we have it in April. This time we had it slightly delayed, especially to accommodate the MInT teams as well. Yeah, right. So hopefully we'll plan it out early enough next year, and we would also like to start the Mintathon early next year. This time we had only about 4 months or so to get them going, but I think if you have a 7 to 8 month time, right, to mentor teams, I'm sure they'll get to learn more, and we'll have much better presentations, right? Not to say what we had this time wasn't great, but all of you can definitely, with time we can definitely get better. My team reminds me we have Rama here, right, and Ravi here in the audience, right, and Prasad is also here, right. They've all been very supportive of MInT, right. The team you see here is the team which has been together for 4 years. Right, and many of them are doing it voluntarily, right? MInT, is great, is here because of all of them, right? So, thank you for the continued support, Rama, Ravi, Prasad, Ajay, I think who couldn't join today, right? Thank you all. Thank you so much. Looking forward to 2027. Thank you.
Excellent. Yes. So we'll have a group picture outside. Okay. Only the MInT team.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yes,
we've taken a lot of it.
Right. So
Thank you.
thank you very much.
For the day and for your month as well. It's been great journey.
Very happy to have
We'll see you soon.
And when we come to that, we'll take it on.
He's already met the team, and we'll be happy to host you at our Bangalore office.
We will cut more.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we want to do it here or outside?
இதோட எடுக்கலாம். Then we can get a
Rahul, you need to get a t-shirt for Ravi. Okay, he's going to quickly change and he's going to join the MInT team. It's good. I mean, it's MInT.
Okay, fine.
So the MInT team, we'll have a group photograph.
Yeah, Mintineers.
By the way, we have dinner arranged, right? 6 o'clock. So dinner is early dinner at 6. So all of you, please stay back, right? Same hall, annex hall, right? Please stay back for dinner. We have about 15 minutes. So you could just hang in, make more connections, get refreshed, right? Maybe you can take a short walk, work up an appetite.
So how are you? How is it changing?
You don't have to stand. Somebody stand there. Don't put stand in between the tall guys.
Oh, no. Okay. We'll be the bookends. Okay, we'll be the bookends.
Oh my God.
Come. Mango. Come. Yeah, so I think if you don't point out the
अरे उसको सेंटर में करके पॉलिटिशियन बना वाइट शर्ट मींस पॉलिटिशियन
no, I'll ask them to shift your
इसको सेंटर में
go one line or the little bit short people go at the back. Jump. Yeah. That side, I think there are go that way. Go to the other end. For the balance men and women, boys and girls, balance. We do this. Oh, okay. No, we do this for Wadhwani. Pick anything you want, guys. Show your individual skills. Let's don't have a single finger up. Not and everything. Okay, good. So we will tell it. Good job. Oh, you're part of it. Yes. It's a t-shirt. Okay, very good. For manufacturing. Okay. No, what? Some more picture? Oh, you got a picture. Good, good. Then take some.
You weren't there.
This is real
Come up
time.
with something.
This is real time. One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay. Alright, okay. Got it. Good. Me also. Photo take.
3 days.
Oh my god.
That's like 3 days like now. Like that much.
It went very fast, right?
And it was all very good sessions.
Very good. So Hilal, one word about the summit. Impressive. All right, great. Okay, good. Thank you for your. I think I better also.
That's all those things.
So you're looking at what changes tonight. We don't want to keep it.